Oh yeah, I gotta. That's right. You graduated my sister. Yeah,
I know.
that's right. What year did you graduate? Good evening and welcome to the Spalding County Board of Commissioners May 28th zoning and public hearing. I would ask that you please silence your cell phones and all other electronic devices. As a notice, the Flume Amendment application for 2601 Flume, rezoning application 2601Z, special exception application 2601S, and the variance application 26-07V, all pertaining to the proposed data center development along Tamachichi. The applicant has requested a continuance until the next Commissioner Zoning public hearing date scheduled for June 25th, 2026.
So that's 9 through 13, right? Is that what I'm seeing on here?
That is correct.
This application will not be heard this evening. At this time, I would ask that Commissioner Reginald Watts lead us in the invocation and Commissioner Ryan Bolden lead us in the pledge to the flag.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, Lord, we just want to thank you, Lord, for who you are. And Lord, we just ask that you just continue to guide, lead us, Lord. Lord, as we make decisions on behalf of your people, God, Lord, we just ask that you just grant us the wisdom to do the things that you want us to do, God, in the best interest of this community, Lord. Lord, we ask you to bless our first responders, Lord. Lord, we ask you to bless our soldiers. It is in the powerful name of Jesus your people have prayed. Amen.
Amen.
If you would, please join me to pledge allegiance to our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask that we amend the agenda for this evening, not to add an agenda item, but to move to add one agenda item, but also to move 2 items in the agenda to a better location for our meeting. My motion is to amend the agenda and move items related to the urban proximity to number 17 and 18 on the agenda ahead of the remainder of the agenda. These 2 items specifically address a public hearing and then will be addressed in public hearing and then for us to consider revisions to the urban proximity overlay map for Spalding County.
Which ones are urban proximity?
So it would move to 17 and 18.
Oh,
It
which
would be-
ones are
Sorry,
urban
please
proximity?
forgive me. It's
24? 24,
24 and 25.
Okay.
All right.
Move to a
17
new
and
17?
17 and 18, correct. Under
And-
that one right there.
Yeah.
Okay, 24 to 17, and 24, 25 to 17, 18.
And we would also like to ask for an amendment to add
This is-
an additional item to the agenda regarding the more, no, okay, no, I don't. I'll take that back.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to ask for an amendment to the agenda to move other business to the very beginning of the agenda in front of new business. And that would be 1 through 4 on other business.
All right, we're moving,
Move it
Oh, let me
ahead
catch up
to
with
new
you.
business.
Yep.
all right,
At the beginning.
which one are we moving?
Other business.
We're moving all of section 5.
Correct. All of section 5 to in front of new business.
Okay,
I'll say.
all right, I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you, motion carries. I want to make sure everybody understands how we do public zoning hearings. We have a meeting, a public hearing on almost every application. The way it will work, I'll say that there's going to be a public hearing. Then the Director of Community Development will give us a 1 or 2 minute talk on what that one's about. Then we'll open the public hearing. People who have signed up for the public hearing will come forward, state their name and address, and speak on the subject. Then we will, when they're through, then we will close the public hearing. Then we will go to, and the Director for Community Development will then lay it out and then give us the recommendation from the staff. So everybody understands. So there'll be a lot of opening and closings of public hearings throughout the meeting. All right. With all the amendments, I think still new business is,
No, sir. Other business is
oh,
first.
yes, excuse me, yes.
Didn't we already do a public hearing for this?
we-
Didn't we already do a public hearing? I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do another, I just.
Okay.
it is
Where are we? What number are you talking?
on page 25.
V-
I'll explain in
All right.
I will be happy to read those into
Okay.
the record, please. This is public hearing application 2603 Flume, Emily and Thomas Utz owners, 1135 Baptist Camp Road, parcel 244-02004A, located in land lot 169 of the Third Land District, consisting of approximately 1 acre. The applicant is requesting to rezone from R1 Single Family Residential to commercial, and the property is located in the Sun City Heron Bay character area, thus requiring a future land use map amendment. It also includes application 2602Z, Emily and Thomas Utz, owner 1135 Baptist Camp Road, parcel 244-02004A, located in land lot 169 of the Third Land District, consisting of approximately 1 acre. The applicant is requesting to rezone from R1 Single Family Residential to VN Village Node for conversion of a residence to office suites and a coffee shop, and includes application 2609V, Emily and Thomas Utz, owners, 1135 Baptist Camp Road, parcel 244-02004A, located in land lot 169 of the Third Land District, consisting of approximately 1 acre. The applicant is seeking a variance on the various village node development standards per Article 17A and parking paving standards per per Appendix G, Section 102.
All right, Director?
All right, so we did indeed, back in March, have public hearings on the rezoning part of this and the variance part of this. At the time, it was tabled due to the board not being comfortable with pretty much the only commercial zoning you could have in that area, which is the Village Node VN. So we wanted to table it, and since that time, you had a conference in Savannah and all that. Since that time, I made them go through the Flume Amendment process in case you wanted to rezone it to another type of commercial, i.e. neighborhood commercial, one of those commercials instead of Village Node. This Flume Amendment, if it passes, gives you the freedom to do that because the Heron Bay, Sun City character area only allows you to do the VN. If you approve this Flume Amendment, and I'm not saying you have to approve it to something else, but if you choose to, this Flume Amendment covers you to do like a neighborhood commercial or something else. So that's the reason we're doing this again.
Okay, so that's the general, have we got somebody?
We do.
Motion to go into public hearing.
All right, I have a motion to go into public hearing
Second.
and a second. Do I have any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 4, all opposed, 1. All right, we're
No,
now
no,
in,
I'm for it, yeah. I was just late.
oh,
sorry.
okay, okay, 5-0 for public hearing. Dr. Ledbetter, did anybody sign up for a public hearing?
Yes, sir. First up is Chris Edwards. If you would, please step forward, state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure, so I'm Chris Edwards.
Oh, have the microphone, have the microphone. There's people watching online.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. May it please the commission. Chris Edwards here representing Alfred Jingler. This,
Welcome back, Judge.
thank you so much. It's delightful to be here. And so we've been to some other hearings, and those have served well, I think, to resolve the concerns that occurred. On my advice, Brian Upson was hired to study this site, and I believe he has resolved to staff the concerns that existed. Those included the pervious or impervious surface. That's being resolved largely by, as I understand it, a type of a gravel bed surface that Brian is going to supervise. I think he's resolved the concerns. There were some concerns before about whether a retention pond would be required, but there's not enough impervious surface being added. There is some driveway that will be added to straighten out the driveway and to create some parking area, but most of the parking area will not be impervious surface, so there's no retention pond required. And I think all the other concerns were addressed to the satisfaction of staff. There were meetings out there on the site, and there was analysis on the site by Brian's engineering firm. And, he has submitted some recommendations for how that's going to be resolved, and so we would ask that you pass that today, and I'm certainly available for any questions, although as a matter of subject matter expertise, Mr. Dingler himself, probably Newton could answer questions better than I could. But I'm not really a zoning guy, but here I am today.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
No, I think not,
Okay.
unless there's any questions. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
All right, thank you, Judge. Anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, that's right.
He needs to put his address in the record.
Yeah,
Oh,
please,
I beg your pardon. So, 3317 Fayetteville Road, Griffin, Georgia. All right, thank you.
thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm
you.
sorry.
Bruce Ledbetter?
Yes, I thank y'all for having me come in here tonight. I'm gonna give y'all a little talk here. Good evening, commissioners and citizens. Thank you for giving me the time to speak of Spalding County concerning the formation of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE plan. This plan is a simple
Hey,
plan.
Bruce, this is a public hearing just for that zoning.
Yeah.
There'll be like a public,
Not tonight.
They said they wasn't gonna let me.
On Monday, we'll have you'll have that opportunity to talk through that. This is for zoning only.
All right.
sorry,
Thank you.
Bruce.
Thank you, sir.
I got to swap a zone down here somewhere.
Thank you for your interest, though. We appreciate it. Okay?
Mr. Chair, that's all who have signed up for that application.
Do I have a motion to,
Motion to come out of public hearing.
a motion and a second? Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, we're now out of public hearing. Director?
Yes, sir. So we're gonna speak just on item 2, the flume, for a moment. As we had just discussed, understandably, the board was not comfortable with the village node proposal for zoning, back in March. Approval of this flume amendment would allow you, as the board, you're allowed as the board to come up with another rezoning, category, but to make this proper process, you would need a flume amendment to do so, since the Heron Bay, Sun City character area only mentions VN. So approving this flume amendment would allow you to go to possibly neighborhood commercial, highway commercial, one of the other commercials other than village node.
Okay, and let me, while you're finishing up, staff recommendation?
Approval.
Approval, okay. All right, Ms. Gwynn?
So, I'm, first of all, I would love to see the village node map projected in more, in a wider perspective. And the reason I say that is, village node is supposed to have housing as well as commercial. It is supposed to be fully mixed use. So I'm not really understanding if the purple on this map on page 2 of this, of the future land use map, is all of that space is village node.
Yes.
So there will be housing there as well?
Yes, ma'am. The back of it, the front of it is where the McElroy Commercial Plaza will be, but south of there, off the sheet, and kind of to the west, there will be housing as well.
So I'm asking this because while we're talking about this intersection, I really need to know what the whole area is looking like. And so we're just talking about a building on a corner, but we're talking about a building on a corner where there are 5,000 people living on the other side of the fence. So clearly there is no commercial in this area. So, and we don't have anything designated. And I think when we did this before, this was not a place where we were thinking lots of traffic, need for commercial. So it wasn't done. But I'm trying to understand how we could possibly create just a commercial area, because I think the whole idea of this is really good. Something like this promotes small business. It's in a well-trafficked area, so, you can do well. There's nothing else in the community that looks like small business. And while McElroy may do something, it's still some wood up there now. So I'm just trying to figure out, as we're looking at this, this is, to me, is like spot zoning. If we know that somewhere in the future that area should be commercial, any changes that we make to the flume or we make to zoning should be reflective of that. We shouldn't do this for zoning and then the people that live next door say, oh, I want mine to be commercial too. Because we need to be thinking about, what do we want this to look like? How will this best serve the community? And I think that spot zoning isn't the answer to that. I think it's an awesome idea. I just think that the scale of what we're doing tonight needs to be expanded.
Other thoughts? Now, so bottom line, you're interested in trying to increase the size and pick up.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to see what the bigger picture, the elevator picture is of what that land looks like. Because the village node, excuse me, which may be commercial and some dense development, which, we don't have any idea what kind of population that's gonna be, but we're talking a fairly small area, or an area almost measurable to what it is that they have squared off that may be their plaza. There's kind of a corner lot, and then there's a flag lot. And
Right.
did you say in which area is it?
So that, it's a little hard to tell based on those parcels now, but if you go down below that parcel that's shaped like I don't know what that shape is. Anyway, it has the skinny piece and then the square.
Mm-hmm.
Further south of that and to the west, there'd be like a dividing road between the commercial and the residential. And then there'd be quite a few houses back there where he's doing the cursor right now. So it'd kind of be divided, but it'd still be part of the same, technically the same village right there.
Well, yeah, and in just looking at that, which, us changing the zoning doesn't change what people that are living there already, what their zoning is, they're grandfathered in. But should someone decide that, okay, I don't want to live across the street from 8,000 people coming out of this one driveway, then at some point, I'm hoping that their development will encourage other people to do small business shops there or create something that is more neighborhood friendly. So, yeah, I would like to see if there's gonna be a future land use map change, that we look at that corner, that entire corner.
You will have one finalized in a little over a year.
Right.
The comp plan will take us into a future land use map change.
Okay, but now this is not commercial crossroads, but we can rezone to commercial.
That is correct, yes.
Yes, you could designate it like that.
And under the flume, you could designate it as a community crossroads for commercial use. It wouldn't change the zoning for the homes that are currently there, but it would afford those homes to make that transition into commercial.
So as far as the application tonight, how do we include the entirety of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plats that are listed right there on the corner?
I think that's what is on the agenda for your consideration now, which is the flume amendment. And then the second consideration under this application would be for just this one parcel to be moved into a commercial zoning.
Yes, James.
We may need to table this. I may have a conflict, and I need to check.
Okay. You want to recuse yourself out right now?
I don't know if I can unless I have a reason. I think I have a reason, but I don't know if we want to give us
If it
5-minute
walks
reset.
like a duck, and it smells like a duck, it's a duck. If you
It's a
think
duck.
you could possibly have a reason, you probably shouldn't vote.
No,
Yeah. All right, so let's
Okay,
make
I'll
sure.
do that.
Let's-
Yeah,
Mr.
let's
Chairman,
just recuse yourself out. Okay.
All right.
Attorney?
James, under the conflict of interest in zoning decisions, the legal standard is whether you have a financial interest or your family, a close family member has a financial interest and that will be affected by the property. Now, that's the only place where you have to recuse. That does not prevent you from recusing if you feel uncomfortable because of other issues related to whatever your relationship is with either the applicants or the property or whatever.
Okay.
But I just want to explain the distinction.
Yeah.
If you have a financial interest, you have to come down
Yep.
from the bench, and it has to be identified in writing.
You have to leave.
Yeah, I don't. The vote tonight wouldn't affect any kind of financial interest of mine, one way or the other.
Okay, so you can continue to stay.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so let's make sure what we're trying to do, David, with the flume is create the opportunity for us to do that in the future.
Correct. It gives you more commercial options other than what you have now, which is just VN as a choice, village note as a choice.
So, but this, what is on here as a request tonight, only request a future land use map change for that one piece of property, and that's not what I was suggesting. I'm
Right.
suggesting that we go ahead
And make a bigger,
and make the block, that corner block, change in the future land use map. And once the flume is approved, then there won't be any problem with going ahead with the commercial development, not just for that property, but should in the future someone else want to go commercial in that corner.
If you go beyond the request for tonight, you've got an advertising issue.
That is correct.
all right.
You have the authority to change your flume,
Mhm.
but we would have to do the requisite notices and so forth that we do for zoning.
All right, so let's talk about what the options we have now. For the flume option right now,
You're changing one property tonight if you approve it. Now, that could be a catalyst for changing other ones around there, as Commissioner Flowers Taylor said, but tonight you're just properly advertised for the one property, 1135 Baptist Camp Road.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm fixing to start fussing just a little bit. I'm looking at the county manager because I don't even know why this came to us like this. This should have already been thought out. We shouldn't be telling you at this point that this is something that this could be. I'm very disappointed that we're even doing this because this is extra work. When you do all this work for one piece of property, when if someone had asked us, we would not be talking about coming back later to do this. I'm all about working smart, not hard, and this is not what I can, excuse me.
are you motion, do you want to make a motion to table?
I don't wanna hold anybody up, but I don't wanna do extra work. So if this means that, we need to bring this back, I guess we could ask the applicant, is this gonna be a hardship for them? That would be one of the things I would want to do.
Or the second piece,
We could approve it, table this part and still do the second piece.
Mr. Attorney, is that permissible?
You can't change that without.
I'm sorry.
Could
sorry.
we
So-
table the flume and still do the second piece?
Rezoning.
Well,
I don't think so. That don't.
the ordinance says
Okay,
that the rezoning has to be consistent with the flume.
That is correct.
okay.
That's the whole reason we have item number 1 for the Flume Amendment.
So what I would recommend is,
Please,
in addition to approval for tonight, go ahead and have the board initiate a flume amendment for the remaining parcels that you're talking about that you think need to be changed to a commercial flume designation. That would bring it back within 30 to 60 days, and it would not impact the current applicant.
everybody's thinking right now after that comment, okay? Where is everybody on this? Ms. Quinn?
I already weighed in, but, you know, I'm gonna try to go with whatever three people say, but I'm still pissed off because
Yes.
I'm just
Yes,
wondering
we
where the
understand that
insight
part
is.
too.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't feel like holding the applicant up. I mean, I think it's a great thing and, it's,
All right.
I mean, it's
So
moving forward.
you wanted, James, did you want to say something?
I just worry because Village Node, as Commissioner Flowers Taylor pointed out, there's a part of it that is residential. And if we know that this parcel isn't going to have any kind of residential on it, like giving it Village Node,
And I don't want to hold
Doesn't
it out.
fit.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that if the board makes the decision to move forward with the Flume amendment, that it needs to be moved to something outside of the village node, either neighborhood, community, or community crossroads, so that it affords you the opportunity to open up a little bit more of the commercial space for these types of businesses in that location, and to instruct staff to move forward with making the Flume amendment for the rest of those parcels through proper advertisement.
Correct. You don't technically have the freedom, to, if you didn't approve this flume, to pursue
Do the
anything other
zonings.
than Village Node in the second item, so.
As a zoning class, it needs to be neighborhood commercial.
Correct.
I just, you know, giving it that designation would work if we squint, but I think that would then affect what's going on across the road. Because the whole intention on this side of Jordan Hill here is for like there to be a big commercial area. And I don't want anything that we're doing to allow for a bunch of townhomes to go in or something, you know what I'm saying, or a bunch of apartments. That's not the intent here. And so, you know, changing one little parcel to Village Node, which means they get commercial and residential, then to me implies that they also get residential, even though it's a little plot, and the only way to do that would be to put little townhomes on it. And so, sort of reading into this might be a Commerce Clause like stretch, but like reading into that means you can put housing there. And obviously there's not enough space for housing there.
Totally agree, and that's why in the last 2 months, I did this Flume amendment process to give you more tools in your toolbox to come up with a more appropriate commercial zoning.
So is Community Crossroads a flume designation or is it a zoning designation?
Flume.
But again, if we're gonna do that, we've gotta notice all of those properties around it,
That
right?
is correct.
So we can't do that tonight because we would have to notice those properties and have which is,
But you have a good
that's an
start
option that we
tonight.
can do, but we have to,
Right, you could do just that one parcel and then instruct staff to move forward with making the change for the
I
other
don't know if we could
parcels.
do that one parcel as a community crossroads. It's not even at the crossroads.
Yeah, that's a flume change. That's what I was just asking. So we can't Community Crossroad it until we change the flume. So if we're taking any action tonight, it will have to be to do the future land use map change that would make that not Village Node, but just community commercial. And then,
But if we then go into, hey, we're making this one spot commercial, that's quite literally the definition of spot zoning.
hey, you preach it to the choir. I already fussed
is
at your
correct.
boss. But, you know, if there is a desire not to hold this up as we held it up last month, then we'll have to proceed. But, yeah, you have to do the one before you do the other. So the only thing that we have other than Village Node today is the community commercial that we could rezone that
The
to.
Sun City character area that this little parcel is in speaks of a mix of, it speaks of having some commercial with service to surrounding neighborhoods. So in that effect, I don't consider it spot zoning because it's aligned with the intent of that character area. It's not in the middle of the country on Blanton Mill Road, a commercial. This is a different scenario.
But I think that we're running in there to a larger issue that needs to be addressed is like, while I appreciate you sharing that opinion with us, like your opinion isn't the one that's called for. So like, I'm not trying to be rude, but you saying, hey, we can do it if we wrangle it like this, like that's not the intent of zoning. The intent of zoning is, hey, you can't do these things. This is what's here now. This is what you would need to do to get that change.
I was just reading what your character area said.
Is a character area a zoning area or is it a flume area? Because I'm not sure what
Flume area.
It's a
legal,
flume
legal spot it
designation.
holds.
It's a flume designation.
Okay, so it's an overlay of a flume designation, because I mean, if the character area is R1, but it has these things in it,
It is a guide to what you can do in the future with zoning changes there.
but on the flume it's zone R1.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, on the flume it's designated R1.
That is correct. On the zoning map,
On the
yes.
zoning map.
The zoning map it is.
Remember, the flume is only advisory, based upon what you project will be developed there over a period of time. Excuse me. The flume, and in fact, the flume is subordinate to the zoning.
So we really don't have to change the flume since it's just advisory. I'm just asking.
Our ordinance says that the rezoning has to be consistent with the flume. And historically, and y'all remember this, when we've had circumstances where multiple applications come up, one's flume, one's rezoning, if you vote against the flume, the rezoning stops.
I know that's what we did, but I'm just hearing you say that, because my thought process was that the flume was the law. And that you can't veer from that in zoning unless you change what the underlying piece was. But if it is just an advisory guide, then how can we tie ourselves up to following an advisory guide?
Principally because you want predictability, or try to have predictability as much as you can so that people have guidance as to what they can anticipate if they come forward with a development. They can look at the flume and the flume will say you can do X, Y, or Z, and then they are free then to find a zoning classification that would allow something that's within that classification on the flume.
So we locked our own self in the room.
All right, County Manager, what's the best alternative for us at this time?
Again, if y'all want to see a flume amendment up there that covers all of the area that's across the road from where the village node is, and that's already zoned village node, correct, on the south side of
South side,
County?
yes.
Oh,
Most of it.
Excuse me. And if the other thing is you don't want to hold this property from being developed or being modified, just come back with a flume amendment, direct staff to proceed with a board-initiated flume amendment to consider the property that's on the north side at the intersection between Baptist Camp and
Hill?
Jordan Hill.
Jordan Hill. Thank you.
Ms. Quinn, thoughts?
I got nothing. I'm at a loss.
Okay, James?
Let us ask the applicant.
Yeah.
Because we're dancing all around this, and we need to know if this is going to affect whatever it is that they're doing in order for us, even if we have the option to wait and do the flume. Is Judge Edwards
Judge?
here?
Yes?
I don't understand exactly what the question is.
Wait till you get to the microphone, I'm sorry.
We got folks at home, sorry.
Okay, I'm
So-
not sure I understand exactly what the question is.
So-
To my client, he started this process December the 14th. it's 6 months. And I said, that's not unusual, and it's something that needs to be figured out. I suppose he would very much like to start the business. Let's remember that he has had repeated extensions to buy this property. He has not yet bought it. And eventually may just, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, he still wants to do this very much. He has a lot invested in it. But my suggestion would be that you simply approve this with whatever species of zoning you think is appropriate, and you seem to have hashed that out, and then rezone the rest of it subsequently. I don't know. I understand the argument about spot zoning. I think it's really wise, but I also think it may arguably have been foreseeable when this whole project was being undertaken that what's right across the street would probably want to be, commercial. I can tell you that Alfred went out today to ask the neighbors on either side what they want to do. On one side, the people just bought the house. They have a pool there. They're raising a couple grandchildren. They don't want to go anywhere anytime soon. On the other hand, on the other side of the house, and if I misspeak, correct me, but the resident says is an older lady, and she said, my family bought this place for me for an investment, and I'm aware of your rezoning, and I would like my place to be commercial too, and I want $1 million for it if you want to buy it.
Good for her.
He hasn't bought it yet, or today. I'm not saying he's going to buy it. I'm just saying, I think everybody in the neighborhood anticipates that inexorably this is going to be something that goes to its highest and best use, and that's something a commission is supposed to do, is to see the evolving needs of a county and to change the uses of land to those that are appropriate, and sometimes that means stepping something down from being commercial. But I would just ask that you pass its zoning request tonight, and then undertake the kind of more comprehensive look at the whole corner, because I think inexorably that's going to come, and you might want to get a handle on it. So, but as far as Alfred goes, he's been very patient. I think he's complied with all the laws, and of course, everybody always says, we're a pro-business place and that kind of thing, and you still have to follow the rules. But here's an example of somebody trying to start a small business in Spalding County, add something to the tax base, and somebody who's demonstrably, I don't know if you've ever seen up there on Jeff Davis, the 4 or 5 office buildings that Mr. Dingler purchased and turned them into show places. And he decided at a certain time in life to close his businesses, and so he sold them all. But they're still really beautiful. They're all kind of green, just north of, they're kind of right there near Moel's funeral home, in that vicinity, on that side and the opposite side. He does a great job with the place. It's going to be beautiful. He's already bought some classic cars to put out front, something with a surfboard on top. I said, Alfred, I wouldn't put that in my yard, but if you want it. But I think it'll be a beautiful place and great for the Sun City people, and I hope you can consider passing it tonight and then giving the whole corner a look, if that is agreeable. I don't know if that's responsive to your question.
No, you answered.
All right.
You didn't want to wait.
I don't what?
You don't want to wait.
Can I make
Yeah,
one more
well,
comment?
Thank you.
Yes, attorney.
Mr. Dingler cannot, as a property owner, he cannot file an application on any property other than what he owns. So if you want to extend this, understand he's limited to that. I don't think he would have any problem with having flume designations or commercial zoning change to allow that. You are the only people collectively as a board that can make a decision to change a flume or rezoning designation as a matter of policy. So if y'all want to see the northwest corner of that intersection move to being anticipated for commercial development, make the decision, and we come back with an administratively board-generated application for flume amendment. But it's coming to you right now the only way Mr. Dingler can make a request.
So, Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the rezoning 2602Z from R1 to community commercial, no, I wanna make a request, let me take that back. I would like to make a request to, amend the future land use map, from R1 to community, I'm looking for somebody to tell me the word,
Future.
for community
Village node?
commercial?
Village node, that's
No,
what's.
not for the future land use map. What is it now? What is that future land use designation right there? It's R1, right?
It is R1.
Sun
So-
City,
It
Heron
is Sun
Bay.
City Character Bay area. It needs to be moved to, neighborhood
C1A.
commercial.
I would use this as I would say Crossroads Commercial.
I like that
As
as,
a
I like
flume.
that much better, Ms. Gwen. Crossroad commercial for designating
For the
as the
flume.
flume.
Okay, let me see if I can get this right. Would like to make a motion for application 26-03 Flume, correct?
Yes.
Now,
To designate that parcel, the requested parcel from Sun City Community Character to Community Crossroads Commercial.
Is that also in your motion, want staff or designate staff to move forward with designating the flume and doing proper advertisement for the rest of those parcels?
That's what I said under my breath.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I heard it from here.
Okay. All right. I have a motion. Do I have a
I second.
second? I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All right. All those in favor, please signify. What?
Reggie
Oh.
saying who was the second?
Oh, Reggie did. Okay. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries. Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Chair, item number 3, application 2602Z, Emily and Thomas Utz, owners, 1135 Baptist Camp Road, parcel 244020004A, located in land lot 169 of the Third Land District, consisting of approximately 1 acre. The applicant is requesting to rezone from R1 to that new designation that we just discussed for conversion of a residence to office suite and coffee shop.
So just to clarify, your official zoning categories, now we're talking about zoning categories, not flume categories, but your official zoning categories to choose from commercially are neighborhood commercial, highway commercial, and heavy commercial.
this needs to be neighborhood.
We agree. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, do we have to have, do we, the public hearing closed?
Yeah,
The public hearing, great question.
Did we close?
I don't believe it did.
It does.
It did
Okay.
close. It closed at 1811.
Okay.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to approve application 26-02Z for Emily and Thomas to convert to change the zoning from R1 single family to neighborhood commercial,
That would be C1A.
Yes.
C1A.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, item number 4, application 2609V. Emily and Thomas Utz, owners, 1135 Baptist Camp Road, parcel 244-02004A, located in land lot 169 of the Third Land District, consisting of approximately 1 acre. The applicant is seeking a variance on various development standards, because it's not village node anymore, so we're moving away from village node per Article 17A, and parking paving standards per Appendix G, Section 102.
So just real quick, as Dr. Ledbetter said, yes, there is still a need for a variance, and I'll touch on that in a second. If you look on page 1511 of your staff report, originally, when we were still considering this village node, you had the 4 items of concern there. Well, I guess it's different on mine. You had the VN district standard that it had to be connected to public sewer, it's on septic. You had off-street parking requirements, parking space designs, and then structure, siding, and material requirements per VN zoning. Number 1 and number 4 have gone away since this is now C1A and not VN. However, we still have the off-street parking requirements and the parking space designs to consider for variances due to his use of the red rock gravel in certain areas and things of that nature. So there are still variances necessary for the parking design itself. Mainly the location of it in the front and on the side instead of the rear. And then certain portions of it you see in that diagram there, the circular things on either side of the concrete is the red rock gravel that we had spoke of before in March.
So if we motion to approve, we should condition this upon it being, as proposed and as proposed only.
The most updated site plan, yes, sir.
For the most updated site plan. Okay. Then motion approved with the condition that it adhere to the most updated site plan.
I will second it for the purpose of discussion.
Okay.
Because,
Ms.
on the recommendation page, staff recommendation page, many of those recommendations are recommendations that fall under the village note. And under a regular commercial property, there are gonna be different requirements and standards, and if this is an existing building, since they're not building, we can't hold them to those standards. So,
Well, Ms. Gwen, I actually did change them to reflect the changes at the very last part of the staff report there. There's revised conditions, and those conditions should still apply to the property even under C1A zoning. It's basically talking about some physical characteristics like driveway width and berming and things like that. So they're not really dependent on the zoning now.
So they needed 4 variances, now they only need 2.
Yes, it's basically driveway and parking design changes, that's it, physical stuff.
so what would be the variance? If
It's on
you're.
the screen there if you,
Yeah, but I mean, I'm seeing that, but I'm saying in terms of the parking, if the parking has to be in the front and on the side, that's what we would require of any commercial business, correct? So why do you need a variance for that?
Well, it was required to be in the side of the rear, and this is not able to do that due to the house or building is going to be being way to the back of the property. There's no room in the back to do it.
not
Also, the code requires that all parking areas be paved. And while some of it will, some of it will be that decorative red rock gravel. So you do need the variances on those code standards.
So we don't consider that, pervious surface as paving?
No, ma'am, that's why you need the variance on that part, the pervious red rock gravel on that part.
But I thought that was a form of, like, when people do their parking lot, we'll say if you don't pave, you can use gravel or you can use some impervious something,
It's-
isn't it? I mean,
if we give them a variance to do so, yeah.
It implies paving with either asphalt or concrete. It doesn't cover stuff like gravel that's pervious.
Yeah, we have allowed that to happen, but that's done via the variance.
okay, so,
Which is an option for us to make the transition when we do the ordinance update, is to afford commercial locations to actually install permeable parking pads and afford us the opportunity to reduce stormwater requirements for
Yeah.
that location. And that's something that desperately needs to be done in the
I mean,
ordinance update.
because
We do, agree.
requiring someone to just put paving, but we would allow somebody to drive, when we got parking lots that are gravel ourselves, and then we
That-
consider
that is correct.
So the variance would be to allow, I just don't like the other standards. I like to know the actual thing that they're gonna do. So if the variance is to allow for front parking and side parking, which is, it has to be side and back.
Yes.
And the other variance is to allow them to use this permeable
Correct.
gravel for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
roadway instead of the pavement.
That is correct,
So
yes,
that's
ma'am.
the only 2 variances.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now let me go over here to this other page where I imagine I was saying all this stuff. Well, see, I'm confused because it says, within the village node that be construed utilizing a consistent and unified design which contains architectural design elements, including but not limited to, and there's a list of things, which are all irrelevant to what we're doing. So why is it part of our document? I'm not comfortable with that, because someone
I
will
was
look
showing
at
the
that.
history of what it was, and had you actually still agreed to rezone it to Village Node tonight, that would have come into play, but you chose a different zoning, so it's,
So I just
Wasn't
want that to not be part of this once it's approved, because there'll be some confusion about it.
basically, the revised staff recommendation at the very end of your staff report has 8 approval conditions, which are all focused on the layout of the property and not zoning the Village Node, so they're not zoning dependent, they're based on certain driveway standards and various things from the fire marshal that we all met out the property and ironed out.
And what about lighting? Is there gonna be a lighting requirement? No?
There's not a specific one, you could certainly add one.
I mean, because there are people that are living next door, and any place else, we require people to have indirect lighting so that it doesn't bleed over into.
Yeah, like night sky friendly lighting.
I mean, I
That's
would think
correct.
that would be important,
Yeah.
since there are 2 residences on the opposite side of where we're talking about.
That could certainly be added.
Okay, so
Point, good point.
if you will add that to your motion, James, I will second it.
What specifically are you looking at?
Specifically asking for some sort of night sky lighting so that the lighting on the property does not illuminate onto the other residences.
Is that not part of our base zoning codes for?
It's not for this, because it's not being reconstructed. So that
see.
would need to be a part of the conditions for zoning, to include all lighting for this property, to support people coming in and out as they're parking, night sky friendly.
I could add that as number 9. You
Yeah,
already did.
I'll amend my motion to that.
Okay, and I'll second that. All right, that's all the questions I had.
All right, any more discussion?
Did I get a second on my amended motion?
You did.
I did, I said it.
Okay. All right. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
I know.
All right, so Mr. Dingler, you now have rezoning and variance approval.
All right.
Thanks, Judge.
Mr. Chair, we're back under new business, under item number 4 on page 1. This would be public hearing, application, Andre Smith, Senior, owner 1394 Carver Road, Griffin, Georgia 30224, located in land lot 107 of the Second Land District. Parcel number 233-01004B, consisting of 4.5 acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone from R1 Single Family Residential to AR1 Agricultural Residential to be able to use the property for more agricultural purposes.
Love to hear it. Motion to go into public hearing.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. We're in public hearing. Did anybody sign up for public hearing?
Yes, sir, they did. Carisha Anderson, if you would please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Ms. Carisha?
Say the name again.
Carisha Anderson,
Okay.
all right. Andre Smith.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening.
evening.
I'm Andre Smith Jr. I'm speaking on behalf of my father. He's like 9 minutes away.
Address, please.
1394 Carver Road, Griffin, Georgia.
Thank you.
I'm speaking for him. He's like 5 minutes away picking up sheep, so he asked if he could be pushed back a little bit, if that would be okay.
We've already gone into public hearing. I don't think we can. Now that we're in public hearing, I don't think we can amend the agenda because we're already in the
Don't think you're
thing.
able to once you go to public hearing.
So,
I also don't think anybody's opposed to this. Like, I don't,
I mean, Mr. Smith Jr., you're familiar with his plan is, so.
I'm familiar with it,
If
yes.
if you don't mind if you'll share.
Um,
We asked you on the spot. You can do it.
Y'all do. I could try. What is it exactly that y'all want to know? I'm sorry.
What's he doing? He's going for more farm stuff. Give us the summary.
We're farming lambs. We're trying to we're trying to get a food truck to sell food from the house. We got planned for,
Not at the site. You're just gonna use that food truck away.
right.
Okay.
We got all our animals fenced, double gated off. We got, guard dogs for all our livestock. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's awesome.
David, talk us through this.
Hold on. Anybody else?
Okay.
No, sir. Nobody else has signed up for this application?
All right. Motion to come out of public hearing.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you. You can sit back down.
Appreciate it.
All right, David, tell us what this is all about.
So we've had several of these in the past year and a half or so. The R1 zoning restricts agriculture to some degree. Obviously, AR1 does not. So as he said, with the sheep and various other things, he wants to expand his horizons with agriculture on the property. He also spoke to me about having a roadside stand, which you can have of a certain size, and AR1 zoning that you can't have in R1. So
But that's got to come after he gets this. That's the thing that comes later, right?
yeah, if he gets approved for the zoning, yes, sir.
All right, and your staff recommendation?
Approval.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion and a second.
there any
We're in
conditions
public
on this?
hearing. We are in public
We
hearing.
came out of public hearing.
Rob,
Are there recommended conditions? Is
Don't
AR1?
believe I
Just wanna
had,
double check.
let me verify.
I mean, the more farmers we can get in Spalding, the
Just
better.
a reminder that roadside stands cannot exceed 500 square feet in size.
and those got to come back to us in a different mode.
Right.
That's-
It's an approved accessory use in AR1 zoning.
Did somebody
He
make a
doesn't come back
motion?
before us. He
Yeah,
has to go
motion
back
made.
before them to like check the box.
James made the motion, Reggie made the second. Yes, sir.
Oh, so we discussing or what?
We're in
Okay,
discussion now.
so I know his staff's not here, he'll be here in maybe shortly. So, I'm just not understanding, do the people live close to them? I mean, I don't know, if you have lamb, is it kinda like chickens, are they
No.
making noise, or they,
No, to my understanding, lambs don't really make noise, and they certainly don't stink like chickens would. So
well, I'm just saying, like, where do you put them with that, like, part of, when I'm looking at this one drawing, I mean, I'm holding this up so y'all can see what I'm looking at. It's a yellow picture with a red line through it.
Yeah.
Not really sure what those mean, but I'm thinking it must have something to do with whatever he's gonna do as far as farming. But, there's a house pretty close up to, all the houses are in the same line. So I'm just trying to figure, will they be contained in the back? Will they just have pasture to kind of go and lamb around in and?
He's fenced in now. I did speak with Mr. Smith Senior several times, and he doesn't intend to have a huge amount of them. I think 5 to 10 tops. There is fencing already out there. It's a pretty good sized property. I've not heard from any neighbors of any kind whatsoever on this at all, so email
I
or
think
phone
it's a
calls.
great idea. I'm just, wondering, because, we have people who get their dogs and then they put the pen up right next to a property line next door to somebody's house. Not that they would do that, but just, is there some guidance, but I guess on 5 acres, if you're up in the front and the animals are in the back, there should be no problem. Because we can't really see what's behind that. It looks like, I hate these pictures.
There's a house
I
to
hate
the
these
north,
pictures.
but then there's, as you said, behind it, there's a large, looks like pasture area back there in the back.
But to the left of that, there's a very large, look like homestead on the very back side where, so that would just be my only concern. I know there's a bunch of trees there, but that was why I was asking about it on the other side, just exposure and, if they've got fencing. I mean, it's regular farming, right?
I don't think his intention, when the times I talked to him, was to have a really large
It's brought
herd
up on
of
the
any
screen
kind.
for you now, ma'am.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay? Where are we? We have a motion and a second.
Yep.
All right, any more discussion?
More farmers, the better.
Yes.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, item number 3, public hearing, application 2604S. Luis Garcia, owner 230 Manley Road, Griffin, Georgia, 30223, located in land lot 103 of the Third Land District, parcel number 242E02001, consisting of 1.68 acres. The applicant is requesting a special exception for a general home occupation for a low-impact home-based personal training service on the R1 zone parcel per section 703D1.
Okay, quickly, what does this say?
As he said, just a general home occupation. He wants to have some small scale exercise classes for people in the detached garage behind his house.
Okay.
Motion to go to public hearing.
All right, I have a motion to public hearing
Second.
and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, we're now in public hearing. Dr. Ledbetter, did anybody sign up?
Yes, sir. Hobby Davenport?
By the way, that's Hobie.
Please forgive me. I apologize.
Hobie
I know
Davenport,
better.
238 Manley Road. I live right across the street from Luis Garcia. He's a fine Christian man. He's a veteran, done 2 tours overseas. He's a stay-at-home dad with 3 small children. 3 boys, 6, 4, and 3. They just had a birthday. So anyway, they're fine people. They don't bother anybody. They're good, they're just good folks. And I would recommend him to get this variance so that he can proceed with his little venture.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, no one else has signed up for this application.
Motion to come out of public hearing.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. All right, David?
Okay.
Are there any conditions that staff is recommending here?
Yes, staff recommend approval. As the planning commission, the 3 approval conditions are: number 1, the home occupation shall be limited to no more than 2 customers on site at a time to reduce impact on the neighborhood and occupancy load of the residential site. Number 2, outdoor activities outdoor activities shall occur. And 3, parking shall be on existing paving only. No new paved parking lot allowed.
Can we amend the second condition to say no outdoor commercial activities? Be weird to limit him from his yard. The applicant, you're okay with this, right? Like this is okay. That's the plan. That fits the plan. Motion to approve with staff conditions as amended.
All right, I have a motion to approve
Second.
and a second. Any more discussion?
Yes, I have a problem with that.
Okay,
When I go to my personal trainer, I go to a small group training, anywhere from 1 to 4 people. And if you're doing that at your home, I don't think that I think that it creates an obstacle if you tell them that they can only train 2 people at one time. So, I mean, saying that only two individuals can be there for training at one time is not, I mean, there's no business sense in that. So if that's a requirement that we're having, I have a problem with that.
And I actually agree with you. I was thinking, when I was looking at it, I was thinking 4 or 5 people to get a group, get
Right,
motivated.
and if,
And I've rode by the location there. He's got
A
there's
lot
a
of-
barn in the back. There's plenty of parking. There's enough parking for 4 or 5 vehicles to be, and still be off the roadway and out of the driveway and stuff.
and then my other concern is that I love working out outdoors if the weather's good. So to restrict them from being in, to say that they can't be outside, I think that's an unnecessary restriction. So, I'd like to know everybody's opinion and concern with that, because, I mean, it's another small business. Hopefully you'll get a business license and we'll know that you did. But, just from my own experience, I think that would limit his ability to earn money and to be able to successfully do what he's doing.
I got no problem changing those.
okay,
Ready?
I got no issue.
all right, so we've
All
had
right.
a
Then
motion
I'll-
change and
I'll
a second change.
Amend my motion to.
Cover that,
Cover
okay?
that.
And
That's fine, whatever.
second was also amended.
What number are we going with?
What do you think? Gwen?
5?
Give them
5, 6?
customers, and I don't like the number two, the outdoor activities, because a lot of training like to run, and him being right there on Dunwoody Circle, it's a dead-end street, would not cause any problems to anybody, and I think they should be able to like exercise up and down the streets and stuff there if they needed to.
That's great. I do definitely want to stick with number 3, though. I don't like,
Yes.
it should be like a
Absolutely.
parking lot.
No
Right.
problem with, but take off the no exercising outdoors and then say that he can have up to 5 customers at one time on site.
Sold.
Right, so we've had a second,
Second's still good.
and a second there. Any more discussion? Excuse me, David, have you got all that?
Yes.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, item number 5, public hearing, application 2605S, Amy Coleman Schaefer, owner 2239 North McDonald Road, Griffin, Georgia 30223, located in land lot 112 of the Second Land District, parcel number 204010003D, consisting of 75.59 acres. The applicant is requesting a special exception to place a new manufactured home on the AR1 zone parcel per section 503B18.
Motion to go to public hearing.
Just, David, anything on this?
This is Dr. Ledbetter said, there's not been a mobile home here before, therefore it requires a special exception.
Okay, I have a motion to go into
Second.
public hearing and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, we're now in public hearing.
Mr. Chair, no one has signed up for this application.
Motion to come out of public hearing.
I have a motion to come out and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand.
Okay.
5-0, we just went in and out of public hearing. All right,
Can we get a
David?
zoned out map? Because when we're doing this, it's all about, what is it, a mile radius or a half mile radius or something?
It's a mile or a half mile radius.
We'll
that
put
we're
that
doing.
on the
Can't remember
screen.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
So
Which,
the
and, no, that's fine. And which ones are the ones with mobile homes?
parcels in blue are the current ones that have mobile homes on them. The property that we're looking at tonight is the pink one. It will be noted, this is a large property, and where they have it proposed to be put, you will probably not even be able to see it from the street.
That's not the issue. The issue is our ordinance says if the character of the neighborhood isn't already manufacturing homes or moving towards manufacturing homes, then they're not allowed. So I've got,
There is 5 adjacent to it.
yes, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Like, I'm gonna stop counting because I got to 40. Like,
There's 56.
so that means that the area doesn't fit our zoning requirement for manufactured home, like by the definition.
So do we have a trending list, like when's the last time a house was built there? Isn't that part of what we usually get?
I do not have a training list for you, no ma'am.
Because
That's
part of the ordinance says that,
That is
look at
correct.
what's been built. And if the trend is going one way or the other, you know, if the last 5 years, the only thing that's been put there are mobile homes, then that trend is that. But if the last, whatever, you know, trend is for stick-built homes, then we
April.
lean toward that. So without that information,
The biggest trend in the area would be that little snaky road down there on the right, which is Parliament Place. We've recently had some action in there as far as, that's a real nice single-family detached subdivision, so that is probably your biggest trend in the area is Parliament Place.
We need the trend data. That's what we say we're gonna do in the ordinance. We need the trend data to be able to make a decision on this.
All right, so we're gonna table until we have turned down.
And I got a question before we go into table it. Isn't there an ordinance where a large enough tract of land, if it's like farm use, has the choice to put a mobile home by right?
Yeah,
That's for
there's some
workers.
back doors.
Is it 75 acres or 100 acres or?
That's for workers on the property if it's a large farm. For
And then
them to
there's
live.
like a medical way to do it if it's ancillary to.
That too, but
There's-
this
there's
is
some
just
ways,
for a house for permanent residents, not workers or medical conditions.
All right,
Commissioner, that was added.
didn't I hear somebody make a motion to
Yeah,
table?
well, we don't have a
Mr.
second.
Chairman, hold on, that was added to accommodate I believe it's the Rooks Dairy
Charles Rooks,
on
that's
Highway
where I got from
16
Charles Rooks.
some years ago.
All right. Gwen, Ms. Gwen, did you make it?
I made a motion to table items, application 26-05S until we, or have a trend documents that let us know which way the community is trending in that half-mile radius.
And I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Yeah, we didn't have to do that discussion. I'm sorry.
But I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm voting against it. So.
And all those opposed? One. Motion carries to table. All right?
Mr. Chair.
I was the one no vote.
Mr. Chair, item number 7, public hearing application 2609Z, Christopher Lunali.
Christopher Inuali.
Lunali, thank you very much. And Wendy Laverso, owners 1501 Macon Road, parcel 229-01009, located in land lot 204 of the Second Land District, consisting of 0.95 acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone from R2 Single Family Residential to R6 Planned Residential Community District.
David?
So the larger parcel next to this small parcel here was rezoned years ago to R6 zoning, so that's not under consideration. You'll see from the picture, the one with the red star is what he needs to, as you can see, the dark brown one is the one I was speaking of with the townhomes. He needs more room to put in the driveway and the grading for the townhomes and that dark brown portion there. So he was seeking to acquire this lot with the red star on it, rezone it to R6 as well, and blend it in with the larger parcel. No houses or anything will be on the lot with the red star.
Okay. Do we have-
Motion to go into public hearing?
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, who was the second?
Me.
Thank you.
All right. Take your time. Take your time. Okay. Do we have anybody on the?
Nick Griffiths.
Good evening. My name is Nick Griffiths. I'm with Earth Design Engineering. I live at 844 180th Avenue East, Reddington Shores, Florida. As David had mentioned, the site plan that's up there is already rezoned to R6. What we need is, the issue that we're really having is, it's not even so much just the grading, as during the original rezoning, they put a restriction requiring a 25-foot undisturbed buffer around the perimeter of the property. And the right-of-way is, 60 feet wide. And that original piece is only 100 feet wide. So if you have a 25-foot on one side, 25 feet on the other, that's 50 feet, plus a 60-foot right-of-way, we need 110 feet of land. And we only have 100 feet of land to get up to our R6 piece of property. So the owner has purchased the adjoiner to provide that additional space to be able to provide the buffer and everything that's needed so that we can go ahead and access the property. So,
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else?
No, sir, that's all who've signed up.
Motion to come out of public hearing?
Motion to come out of public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, we're out of motion, public hearing. David?
So staff recommended approval as the planning commission. There's 2 approval conditions. Number 1, property shall be merged with the adjacent R6 zone development at 1471 Macon Road and shall not be a standalone lot. Number 2, the property shall not contain any dwelling.
Okay. Board?
Well, I'll go first. It's my district. I just want to say blanketly that I'm against townhomes. I'm against apartments, against higher density residential, just in general. I don't like, I feel bad for them that they've come in and they've purchased land that now they say, oh no, we can't use it. But that's not the county's problem. It's not an uneconomical remnant. We're not rendering the land useless. But this doesn't match anything in the vicinity. It doesn't match the direction the neighborhood's going. You know, everything around it is, you know, single family residential stuff, not high density. These guys are trying to put 60 units or something, and that's just not.
This is not that item.
See, R6 right here?
No, the only thing that's on there is that one piece of, that one property.
Right.
R6 has already been approved.
Yep.
Years ago.
Yep. And now this would facilitate more of that R6. And I would be against the initial R6. I'm against adding more to the R6, even if it's just for a driveway. Like,
Okay,
couldn't be more against it. Again, it's not personal. I don't think, I'm sure you're a great guy, but that's just not the nature of this part of the community.
okay. Ms. Gwynn, any comment?
It is a requirement for them to have the right of way. That's fine. I'm not even gonna to deal with whatever we've already zoned. I don't see a problem with it. They need to be able to meet the requirements. I'm glad that there was enough astuteness to require them to do either, I think he said 25-foot undisturbed buffer or a planet buffer. I couldn't remember what it was. But there is no workforce housing in that area at all. So apparently that decision was made because there was a need. I just hope they have sewer available.
Can we zoom out just a little bit on this Q Public map? All right, so you see all these squares? Those are all employed people.
Right,
That's called workforce housing.
right. No, that's not called workforce housing. That's
Okay.
called home ownership.
Mhm.
Everybody
And they're all working.
Everybody that works at the hospital doesn't get paid $90,000 a year. Some people are sweeping the floor, and so they need someplace to stay that they can rent. So, yeah.
Okay.
There's 158 other counties. Griffin is nearly 70% renter. The last thing we need is more townhomes. We need more renters, like we need a hole in the head. Like I'm so sorry. I totally disagree. That's not the nature of this community. That's not the nature of this neighborhood. That like maybe it fits somewhere else. I lived in apartments the first 9 years of my marriage. I'm not against apartments. I lived in them. When I moved back to Griffin, I moved into an apartment right across the street here, in fact. There are areas for that. To say that I'm doing this because I'm prejudiced is ridiculous and totally uncalled for. This is a single-family residential area, and it should stay a single-family residential area. And to make that assertion is not in any way prejudiced. And I resent the implication of you coming in here and saying that I'm somehow prejudiced because this neighborhood is a residential neighborhood with homes, and I don't want to turn into apartments. Like, that's absurd.
So first
Absurd.
of all, I didn't say you were prejudiced.
You
I
said my
your-
prejudice is showing.
I
Yes,
said
that's
your
you calling me
privilege.
prejudiced.
Hey,
No.
hey,
Your privilege is showing,
Okay,
okay?
let's go on.
So don't
Stay-
be mad because that's who you are. That's your privilege showing, because
All
real
right,
people do
let's-
live in
Let's
rental
get back to the
units.
issue here. The issue is on a specific tract of land.
I don't have a problem with it, Mr. Chairman. I'm fine with it.
All right, that's, we have, I think, one right now, one for, one against. You're okay with it, Commissioner Watts? Commissioner Bolden?
That's what I'm just kind of overviewing the area, because I know you've got a lot of apartments there on Willow Lane. And then you got a lot of them right here on Grantland. And to be honest with you, the majority of the housing in Autumn Ridge is for their own. Because I'm sitting here looking at all of them, just see if they were rentals.
So what we're seeing is there's a bunch of workforce housing there apparently already.
So approval of this particular small parcel will not increase the yield of what was already improved for those townhomes.
Can they build what they were trying to build without this parcel?
It's gonna be tough to get all the buffer, grading, everything in. They might have to ask for a variance on the buffer, which is another hearing with this board.
Or build less dense.
That has no, all the townhomes are in the wider part. The super skinny part is the problem, and all that has is a driveway. You need a driveway regardless of how many townhomes you have in the wider part.
So they acquired the land with all these restrictions already on it. No new restrictions have been placed on it. And now they can't build what they had hoped to build when they bought the land without variances and rezonings, right?
It's already rezoned, variances were already approved. He needs enough land down here at with the yellow to honor the buffer with all the grading that has to occur with the driveway.
So again, that's a yes. They can't build what they want to build without additional variances and additional rezonings.
Correct.
Okay, and they knew that going into it when they bought it.
Can't speak to that.
I mean, has the condition changed? Has there been extra conditions added to it since they bought it?
There is not.
Then we should assume that during their due diligence, they knew all of these things were there because this is the condition and it hasn't changed. So they knew that those things were there. And if they can't build what they were hoping to build, that is a big pile of their problem, not the surrounding communities.
All right, back to Commissioner Bolden.
Call for the question. I mean,
Okay.
I mean, we can sit here and talk about it all night long, but I mean, it's just
All
call
right.
for the question.
There's not a motion on the table.
Excuse me, the county manager says there's no motion on the table.
Motion to deny.
Do I have a second?
Hearing none, motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor of approval, please raise your hand. 3, all those opposed? 2, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, regarding the data center, the applicant requested a continuance, which they are allowed to request one continuance under the ordinance. The application for a flume amendment, rezoning, special exception, and variance will be continued until June the 25th, 2026, which is your next meeting.
All right, so we're through that. We're now down to,
So, Mr. Chair, item number 14, public hearing, application 2604 Flume High Falls 16 LLC, owner 3881 High Falls Road, located in land lot 83 of the Third Land District, parcel numbers 218-02011C, consisting of approximately 3.86 total acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone from AR1 agricultural and residential to C2 manufacturing, and the property is located in the rural community character area, thus requiring a future land use map amendment. Application 2608Z, High Falls 16 LLC, owner 3881 High Falls Road, parcel 218-02011C, located in land lot 83 of the Third Land District, consisting of approximately 3.86 total acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone from AR1 agricultural residential to C2 manufacturing.
This is the corner of the property that's already C2, and this is where their big berm or buffer is going to be, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
So they're not building any actual C2 there. This is just a site buffer, so that they can. And will it be integrated into the one lot? Like it won't stay a separate lot, right?
I would defer at this point to
Okay.
allow the applicant to
Yes,
provide
okay.
that for you.
All right, do I have a motion to go into public hearing?
Motion to go to public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Do we have someone?
Mr. Chair, Stephen L. Jones, representing, will be the public spokesperson this evening. He's the only one for this application.
Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Stephen Jones with the law firm McKagan Jones. My address is 1441 Dunwoody Village Parkway, Suite 100, Atlanta, Georgia. Here today on behalf of High Falls 16. As Dr. Ledbetter and Commissioner Patton started to get into this parcel,
Stephen, pull the microphone closer to you, I'm sorry.
can you hear me
Turn it
better?
up some, because I can't hear it either.
Okay.
This parcel is encompassed by the High Falls 16 Industrial Park. You can see it here. It is presently zoned AR1. It fronts on High Falls Road. You can see it here encompassed inside the entire High Falls Business Park. This board last year rezoned those 3 northern parcels that you'll see to C2, which is the same district that we're requesting here, bringing those parcels into the High Falls Business Park. You can see here the concept plan for High Falls Business Park overlaid on that. You'll see that prime trucking site to the left, which is an addition. To the top right, you'll see the new cold facility for which the Planning Commission recently granted a height variance. To the bottom right is a remaining building, conceptual still in nature, to be constructed there. This concept plan, it was without the addition of this 4-acre parcel, which you will see shaded blue at the bottom right-hand side or bottom southeast portion of your screen. Zooming in here a little bit, just brought up the opacity of this so you can kind of see the concept plan more. Coming forward, you can see here what a building constructed here might look like if this parcel is rezoned, thereby permitting it to be brought into, I don't like the word annex because that's kind of a loaded zoning word, but annexed into the business park. As part of this request, what we would also do is this will permit us to construct a berm along High Falls Road, thereby screening the entire business park from High Falls Road. I do want to come back. You'll also, if you may recall or you may have driven through, there is a parkway connecting the High Falls Business Park and High Falls Road to AKB Highway 16. You'll see that there kind of snaking through the park to the right of that parking lot shaded red, which is the prime trucking facility, and then to the west of the new cold building, which is at the top northeast, top right portion of your screen. Coming back here again, you'll see that green line will be permitted to construct a berm should this board vote to rezone this parcel, thereby permitting it to be used for uses consistent with those permitted within the High Falls 16 Industrial Park. Just coming back here, you can see here from this aerial that, and as you may know, if you've driven through the business park, that a substantial portion of the High Falls Business Park has been graded. Prime trucking is under construction, which you can see here. Pads are on the ground. Come forward. This is a street view from High Falls Road, looking interior to that 3.8 acre parcel. Just off in the foreground where you see those tree lines, that's entering into the High Falls Business Park. Presently, the property, as you can see, is improved with single-family dwelling as well as other accessory structures. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of this application with staff's conditions with one modification. I do want to run through staff's conditions. We've asked for one modification of those. Again, Planning Commission recommended that. I think Mr. Allen is supportive of that as well. Those are that the truck traffic shall come from AKB, not from High Falls. So you do have that parkway, but that's a condition that's consistently also applied to the overall business park. All truck or commercial parking shall be oriented interior to the parcel. That's also consistent with the rest of the industrial park. A landscaped berm shall be constructed along High Falls Road. The condition went on initially to say notwithstanding any adjustments necessary for the donation and subsequent development of a fire station along High Falls. High Falls Business Park has been in discussion with the county for dedication of a portion of the business park for other county purposes, but it's not this parcel. And that might be a fire station, might be a communications tower, but it's not this parcel. And so I want to be clear that there aren't conditions attached to this parcel that apply to other land that's not this parcel. It just creates a ambiguity that we don't want to interject and that might cause a subsequent purchaser or user of this parcel to some concern. Staff condition number 4 is that the site is to provide measures to control impacts of noise on adjacent properties. We would like to add the underlined language that the berm is one of those measures, because berms do mitigate sound, and we just want the condition to have some clarity that we are already, as part of something we're proffering, taking a step towards that. Finally, again, consistent with a discussion that this board had earlier tonight and that it has imposed on other industrial rezonings, you've got night sky friendly lighting. And then finally, staff's condition 6, that all future development shall comply with the regulations for PDD and C2, notwithstanding only the 10-acre minimum, because this is a smaller site. So coming back to the concept plan or the overall picture and aerial, Chairman, should you or the commissioners have any questions, be happy to answer those at this time. Thank you for your consideration, and we do appreciate this addition.
If I may.
Okay.
Can we go back to the last one? So we had the idea subsequent to the AKB overlay, and I think I've spoken with you about this. I know I've spoken with the developer, I'll say himself, but it might be them, but it might be multiple. To put trees along AKB, that's there's a required planted barrier there, and the berm is going to stay there, which is going to screen all the buildings behind, even the new cold with the height variance. But the idea we've had subsequently is for those trees along AKB to be magnolias. And that's not a requirement here because this was already done before the magnolias. But I don't think anyone's against it, but that planted barrier over that berm, is there a way to get that planted with magnolias and maybe the planted berm that's not yet planted all on an AKB the same way? That way we have sort of a consistent sort of entrance way coming for the county, if that makes sense.
I can certainly have a discussion with the applicant about doing that discretionarily along AKB. With respect to this parcel, I haven't had that discussion with them.
Yep.
But should that be the will of this commission, certainly something that we can comply with. Or will comply with, but I haven't had that discussion, so I don't have the.
I do have to say that every time that we've come to them and said, hey, can you add a berm? Can you do a setback? Can you add extra trees here? They've gone, absolutely, let's do it. What can we do to make this look better? These guys aren't just gonna build this one. They're looking at developing other ones, and so they want it, they're not just grabbing it and leaving. It's, how do we make this, for not just this site, but the others, so.
And Commissioner, you understand, I don't have authority for my client for certain species, but
Sure.
if that's what you want to do, fantastic.
Okay. Ms. Gwynn?
So, just for the record, I don't care one way or the other about the trees, especially about the magnolia trees. I think they will be beautiful, but it's not a deal breaker for me. What is a deal breaker for me is the fact that on High Falls Road, there is plenty of roadway that has already been scraped completely clean. And I noticed that behind the parcel that you're talking about now, there are some trees, but clearly with the overlay that you showed us, those trees will be gone. So I see on the proposal, there is this quote, proposed berm. I don't know what that means. Is that an 18-foot berm that's planted with trees and shrub? Is it a 10-foot berm? Is it a 3-foot berm? Because clearly, whatever you put there, unless you actually put a lot of dirt there, you're not gonna cover up everything that you've already cut down over there. So if you can clarify for me what this proposed berm is and where it's supposed to start and what is it actually supposed to cover? Because it only says it is covering, well, what you showed in the proposal was along High Falls Road, but you're totally disregarding where that road, that through road comes out and it's just completely naked right there. That's 500,000 feet. So yeah, that's fine if you want to do something, but I want to know what it is, what kind of berm you're talking about putting up. That's what I want to be we have trees on AKB. We have naked land on High Falls Road at this point. So can you clear that up for us?
Certainly, Commissioner. So with respect to the berm and the extent of it along the parkway, that's certainly something we can look at discretionarily across the entire park. What the purview of this request is just this 4-acre parcel that you'll see highlighted there. But what we're gonna do just voluntarily along the remainder of that frontage, all the way up to the parkway, is a berm, and generally those berms are in the nature of 6 foot. I did receive a message from the applicant, one, with respect to those trees and the landscaping on top, so you'd have that berm, sitting about this height, and then you'd plant trees on top, providing that screening. Without that, it is practically infeasible to screen the business park, so by annexing this parcel in or bringing it in and zoning it for a zoning district that permits uses that are consistent with the business park, then we can extend the business park onto this parcel and extend that berm in a straight line along High Falls. Without that, the screening wouldn't be as effective because you'd have a big gap where that parcel is. With respect to the trees and the stuff on top, what we would propose is do actually a mixture of magnolias and evergreens to provide species hardiness, but also provide the aesthetic requirement that I think y'all are looking for with the magnolias.
So again, he is looking for this aesthetics, understand? That's not an issue for me. What I'm saying to you about this berm is that we have beautiful coverage on AKB. And if one of your clients were putting something on AKB, they are very much aware that we don't want for the stuff in our industrial park to be seen. And if they're able to do that on AKB, I expect that y'all should be able to do it on High Falls Road.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
there's nothing that you can tell me about you having a 10-foot berm and tell me that you can't shade off or you can't somehow break up what that view is gonna look like from High Falls Road, because it looks like a war zone when you come down the street. So yeah, I have some issues with that because it's just as important to me for people to drive down High Falls Road and have the same view that people have when they come up Arthur K. Bolton. Because if you did not know, you would not be able to tell we had an industrial park there because it is very well treed, the berms are high, and it has lots of coverage. And my expectation is that every area that we have that exposes it to the community needs to have the same coverage. So I know you're not authorized to do it, but I'm just telling you, I'm not good with you offering for them to be generously putting this out for us. That's not how that works.
Commissioner,
And if it's not written down, it don't count.
and I completely agree with you. That's our intent along High Falls Road. That's why we had self-proposed on the concept plan for this parcel to do on this parcel that berm and that landscaping. And then what I'm committing to you, even though it can't be imposed as a condition for this parcel, conditions can't extend outside of it because we're just looking at zoning of this parcel. I'm committing to you that we're going to extend that berm along the entirety of High Falls Road. So I completely agree with you. The view shed is important. And I completely agree that it's important to extend that berm or to provide a view shed and a screening or a buffer. And so that's what we're going to do. And by voting to approve this, that will bring this parcel in and give us the street frontage that we need to construct that berm and to provide that screening.
So I'm gonna tell you the same thing my esteemed commissioner was saying to the other people. You knew that when you bought that property, right? It wasn't what you needed to have done. So in order for you to get what you need to get done, you still need that piece of property rezoned, right?
We do, but to provide the screening that you're requesting, we need that parcel. So it's a benefit to the community for us to be able to bring that parcel in so that we can construct that berm and that we can provide that landscaping on top of that berm to provide the screening just like there is along AKB.
So again, what you're proposing to provide as a berm in exchange for this rezoning or whatever it is, I'm not happy with a 10-foot berm.
Okay, are you just looking for, it's gotta be 6 foot all along
He can't make a decision, he says, about any property that's not there. But the fact that we let y'all get by with stripping that land and not on the front side, knowing that we needed to protect that view. We need to protect those trees that was there in that first 25 feet. So once this rezoning is done, them promising us something means nothing.
Okay.
So, you know, when is it gonna be your next chance to be able to get this done? Because once this is approved, that's it.
Is there a way to attach the certificates of occupancy to the development there to complying with building the berm and planting the double layer on top of it?
Problem with this parcel, it will not have a building on it. If you look on the page there, it'll just have some paving on it, not the actual.
Hold on, but this parcel's being integrated into the rest of the, like the parcel's going away. It's becoming part of the
Correct.
main parcel, right? So in doing that, we could tie those together.
You could do that.
I don't know, Commissioner. You've already approved the other zoning for the rest of High Falls 16. All right. That's bound by whatever conditions were on there that y'all placed. I don't remember exactly what they were.
Well, they did include site barriers
All right.
on this side. It obviously didn't include that parcel, but there was for the little spot there on the west before the road that DOT required, and this parcel, it would already be covered there.
As to a condition specifically on that, you're limited here to this parcel.
All right, let's make sure we're all talking the same thing. We're talking about the entire green line. That's what we want. We want berm along the entire green line.
Yeah.
Making sure the commissioners are all on the same
Yeah,
sheet of
6
music.
foot berm that's planted,
All the
double
way
row
along.
planted on top.
And what Stephen's got is just a little bitty portion down here that he's just going to talk about because he needs that portion to be able to complete the entire green line.
That's exactly correct, Chairman. I'm saying that.
Because the other green lines to the east and west of this are already required. Like the berms are already required
No,
currently.
They're
No.
not, but we want to construct them.
they're
We're
not required.
self-imposing, or we have talked with Mr. Allen, and the concept plan we submitted proposed this buffer on this parcel. Their staff is recommending a condition that the berm be constructed on this parcel. What I'm saying is that by rezoning it and imposing that condition on this parcel, we will then be permitted to tie the berm that we want to voluntarily construct on the rest of the business park into this parcel.
Yeah.
So
That
you're
voluntary-
opposing,
That voluntary is, I think, the word that Commissioner Flowers-Taylor is concerned about. Okay,
Everyone knows that developers come with 2 strikes against them when they come in front of me. That said, every time this developer has come and said,
Yes.
oh yes, we'll do this thing additional, like they have.
all right, so David, how do we come up to be able to go back and talk about all along High Falls Road?
You're not.
Okay.
You're not able to do that. Now, what you could do.
Hold on, now wait a minute. We can request our own rezoning and then rezone it to the same thing and add more conditions, can
I'm
we?
talking about tonight, James.
Okay,
I mean,
okay,
yes,
that's true.
if you wanted to take an action on your own to change a condition, I guess
Mm-hmm.
theoretically you could do that. I don't know that I would recommend it. What I would recommend is you sit down with the developer. This does not involve zoning. You can reach an agreement with him on what you want to see and what they're willing to do and put it into terms of contract. And one of those might be to give it essentially the same force, and I'm thinking out loud. All
I see what you're saying.
But I think that's probably the best resolution to be able to have something applicable
Okay.
to all.
Could we table this until that part is done?
Well, you have the right to table at any time.
Yeah, but I mean, could
Commissioner.
we table it till the attorney has time to be
Yes.
able to get?
Stephen, is that gonna break anybody's?
it's not, but they're two separate things, right? We're talking about conditions on this parcel versus,
Yeah,
what
sure.
we're.
Yes, I agree there. But the issue to me is table this until we get the other part we want done.
Till we have the agreement in writing.
Yeah.
And I don't think you guys are gonna be opposed to agreeing to it. You're saying tonight you are, so writing that down that we can then hold you to what you're saying that you're agreeing to. I don't think that would be.
let's be clear, your condition is only going to be limited to a berm on this property.
That is correct.
Right. And beyond that, requires the cooperative consent between what y'all want to see and what the developer is willing to do. And the good news is, this doesn't involve a contract for the zoning.
You were ready a second to digest that.
All right.
Now, I will say this, if y'all are interested in having berms and buffers, not berms and buffers, I'm sorry, berms and tree cover, whether they are magnolias or live oaks or
Whatever.
so long as they're not Lelands, we need to put that in the ordinance.
That is correct.
Yes, we agree. It needs to get, we want it and needs to get into the ordinance so we don't have to talk about it every time.
Yep.
Okay.
I brought this up for months.
Yeah. Okay.
Then let's go forward with an ordinance that just requires that as an addition to
Amen.
AKB and properties that are developed in conjunction with AKB for your next meeting.
Yes, I agree with that.
Motion to close public hearing.
All right. I have a motion to close and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. We're out of public hearing. Thank you, Stephen. All right. David, you've already done all your stuff, haven't you, on recommendations to us?
Well, I just want to remind you, item 15 here, we're just talking purely about the flume. The rezoning is the next one. As far as the flume is concerned, I mean, obviously this is going to be surrounded by the industrial park, so it is not out of line with the area it's in. It still agrees with the intent of the industrial park, so we recommend approval for the flume.
I'm all good with that.
I think we table for a month.
Okay. Ms. Gwynn, any comments before we?
I'm just trying to figure out, this must be just a mistake, that the application for the flume would have come. Oh, wait a minute, hold, no, I don't got any questions.
Okay, James.
Motion to table for 1 month.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion is tabled. Thank you.
So
Okay.
likewise, on item 16, the rezoning tied in with the flume, would you table that as well?
Do we need separate votes for all that?
It's probably better to do it, but by definition, until the
Okay.
flume is approved.
Do I have
you
motion
can't
to table?
rezone it.
Yeah, motion to table.
Yes.
Do we need to, do
Okay.
we need a motion to table?
We already tabled
Okay.
and voted. Now we're on the second one. We have a motion to table and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, okay?
Mr. Chair, item number 17, public hearing additions and revisions to the urban proximity overlay map of Spalding County per Appendix 4 zoning Article 4, Section 413 pertaining to enlarging the areas around the city limits of Griffin designated as urban proximity areas.
David, quickly.
This was requested by the commissioners back in March. We have complied and come up with 2 scenarios I'll discuss in greater detail after the public hearing, but basically the urban proximity area would entirely wrap around the city of Griffin.
All right. Motion to go into public hearing
Motion to go to public hearing.
and a second? Second. A motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Does anybody have, can we sign somebody up? Okay, thank you.
Mr. David Brizendine?
Okay. All right, next.
Mark Whitley?
Okay.
Mr. Bungard?
Wait a minute, this is not the urban proximity map.
Oh, please forgive me. This is, I do not, never mind. Please forgive me.
Step back.
This isn't you, sir? Mr. Chair, no one has signed up for the urban
I
proximity.
have a
map
motion to come out of,
Motion to come out.
and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. All right, we're out of public hearing. David?
All right, so back in March, the board directed my department to revise the urban proximity map we have now, which is there in yellow on the screen there. That's how it currently is. and to include other areas around the city of Griffin, which is the dark gray there, of course, to basically surround the city with the urban proximity area. We did comply with that. We do have two scenarios I'd like to discuss briefly and why one is better than the other.
Okay.
So we'll scroll down to those, please. All right, so this option A1, whatever you want to call it here, the purple, basically includes the entire parcel that's touching the city of Griffin on the other side. So it could be 2 acres, it could be 40 acres, but it would basically, if one part of it is urban proximity, the entire parcel would be, which shows how it kind of juts out pretty far on some of these parcels. So the next option is, scroll down to that if you would. This red here marks especially on the west side and the south side where it doesn't exist now. It was just a 1,000-foot offset of the properties that are around the city of Griffin. However, this makes some urban proximity area go through the middle of some parcels. You'd have it in part of one parcel, not the other. And we realize with the yellow, if you go back down to up to the yellow section that it is now, those yellow parcels, especially the larger ones up at the top there, include the entire parcel like I was talking about with the first scenario. So we went ahead and recommend for approval the same scenario for the western and southern parts where it doesn't have any yellow there now, to make it include the entire parcel for those, however large that may be. I just think you run into problems when you have it cut across parcels and not have it on one side or versus the other. So the purple is what we're proposing. It would surround the entire city, and it would include the entirety of all the parcels that touch the city.
Okay. Comments?
Just so that we all understand, the whole purpose of the urban proximity map is to protect us from intrusion if there should be a request for annexation.
Correct.
And to also be able to control what density looks like. We will allow density in urban proximity, but it will fall under our architectural requirements and design.
Yes, ma'am. Design-wise, it provides a good transition from what you see in the city between that and purely more country design. As you said, it does a kind of a middle density, and then the architectural stuff is more reflective of a good transition between city and county. So yes.
Okay. All right, so that's the reason we're doing it. Any discussion points before we start getting into it?
If someone could use a pointer and tell me where the airport is in regards to where the urban proximity is.
The current airport?
The
new
new
one.
airport.
It would be way to the right,
Yeah, way to the east of this.
not involved in this map. It'd be,
Like,
It's gonna be right where your cursor is now.
You mean in that purple area?
Yes, ma'am. Remember, the city has, one parcel that attaches to the new airport.
That's pretty fancy.
Are you sure? I was thinking up where that little knife
It
looking
is,
thing is.
it's up,
Eli, did you take that into account? We're at the,
That's,
whoa.
don't follow nobody. Yeah, I'm thinking it's up there.
that's where it is, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the problem for me is where that looks like a little cake knife,
Okay,
that little gray spot.
yep.
Okay, we come to the end of that and there's no urban proximity. And so we're not, and I say that because we heard some conversation about some annexation on the east and the west. So why would we leave ourselves uncovered right there?
I don't feel like we're gonna leave ourselves uncovered. I think we're gonna have to revisit this urban proximity map in about 3 years when the new airport comes in because of the annexation of the new airport. So we will have to come back and reevaluate the urban proximity parcels as it relates to, where the city will wind up with that new airport.
I saw your mouth moving, but what you said just sounded like a bunch of junk.
So we're gonna have to go in and recalculate where the urban proximity parcels will touch the new airport as the new airport annexes.
City will annex that.
So yeah, but it's showing, so you're saying the part of the parcel that is the airport now is not being reflected on this map as being part of the city?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And then the other area that I would be asking about is down, below that, south of that, I wanna say maybe that's Orchard Hill?
Not quite that far.
No, that up higher.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Kind of a little dip, lower, right there. So I mean, you know, if we're going to protect these areas, those are places to me that you could just fill in that with infill housing. So, and we don't have a barrier there. So I just feel like in every place that we butt up to the city, we need to protect the residents on the other side. So that line should not be, here's the city and here's the county, and there's no urban proximity, because I don't really see that there's gonna be much space there for that. Other than that, I like it.
All right, so, are you making a motion with those two conditions?
Yeah, well, if Steve says that we have to come back later, and change the stuff about the airport, I will request to approve this as it stands, but I you know, that is down in Commissioner Dutton's district. He's already made it very clear he doesn't want any density down there, so, you know, put the wall up, just like you got the wall up on the west side, is how I look at it. If we're doing it out in the east and out in the west, give them as much protection as anybody else down on that end.
David, any comment about that?
I think we got some fluctuating stuff, as Dr. Ledbetter said, in that area, so I think we need to revisit it soon, but it definitely solves your problems on the west and south side with all the gaping holes there. So I think
Okay.
this is good for now, but yes, it will need to be revisited on part of the east side.
So, and understand that when you're that close to the city limits, there's always water and sewer. So, if people have access to be able to get that from the city, why wouldn't they annex that piece? So, yeah.
Okay. That was your motion?
So my motion is to approve the map, as presented.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, item number 19, application 2602 Flume, Reliance Realty Holdings LLC, owner 1683 Macon Road, Griffin, Georgia 30224, located in land lot 204 of the Second Land District, parcel number 229010024, consisting of 13.18 acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone to R6, Planned Residential Community.
All right, David.
Let me turn the page, hang on. And the property is located out, previously, not now, but previously it was located outside the urban proximity area. Application 2604Z, Reliance Realty Holdings LLC, owner 1683 Macon Road, Griffin, Georgia 30224, located in land lot 204 of the Second Land District. Parcel number 229010024, consisting of 13.18 acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone the majority of the property from C1 Highway Commercial to R6 Planned Residential Community for a townhome development. Application 2611V, Reliance Realty Holdings LLC, owner 1683 Macon Road, Griffin, Georgia 30224, located in land lot 204 of the Second Land District. Parcel number 229010024, consisting of 13.18 acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone from C1 Highway Commercial to R6 Planned Residential Community, and a variance from various R6 design and development standards per section 1105A and 1106A.
All right, David, quickly on overview of it.
It's a townhome development, currently zoned all commercial. They would rezone most of it to R6, so it'd be a down zoning. I guess to Dr. Ledbetter's point, the Flume Amendment was still necessary until we have a second reading on that urban proximity map to make it official. So right now, it's not official as far as extending it to this property, so we still need to stick with the Flume Amendment on this particular parcel.
All right,
We need to go into public hearing.
yes.
Motion to go into public hearing.
I second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, we're in motion, in public hearing.
Now we're back to Mr. Bungard.
For all of you to see, it won't be for the audience, but. My name is Mark Bungard. I live in Sonoya, Georgia, 4641 Gordon Road. I'm here with my partners Luke and Janie Evans. Also, Mark Whitley is our engineer. David Brizendine is the current landowner. And we're here to propose a townhome community this evening.
Janie and Luke Evans, 1549 Etheridge Mill Road here in Griffin. And,
If you're going to speak, move to the microphones, please.
sorry,
We got people listening on TV.
1549 Etheridge Mill Road here in Griffin, Janie and Luke Evans. The proposed townhome community would replace the existing trailer park that's on the 13 acres there at Macon and Wilson. The pictures tell a story with that. The trailer park the trailers are in terrible disrepair. It's really ill-kept. It's a lot of probably public health exposure there. Lots of trash, lots of debris. It's unsightly. I think you'll find community support to have it removed and replaced with something more aesthetically fitting for the community. The townhome development is not designed to be rental units or apartment units. These are houses for townhomes for purchase. The plan incorporates a big nod toward community recreation area with a planned pavilion with seating and barbecue pits and a large playground that's fenced with the pervious mulch, rubber mulch, a dog walk, walking track. We'd like to present something that really improves the area, that removes something really unsightly and replaces it with a planned community that will provide additional housing for the incoming labor force we have in our county that's growing. And, we've been more than happy to meet the design standards. We satisfied the planning commission. We'd really like to ask for your support. We're happy to answer questions.
Right? Anybody else? Is this all?
No, sir. Someone else is, we've got two more people who have signed up.
Okay, thank you. If you want to leave those there for just a little bit until we get through with the thing, it's in case we ask to have the pictures brought up again. Okay, thank you.
Jane Evans.
That was
Oh, that was you? All right. So Luke Evans.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
you? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm Luke Evans. I live at 1549 Ethers Mill Road in Griffin, Georgia. I've lived here my entire life. I have two businesses in Griffin. I'm a commercial and a residential developer, commercial contractor. I've done work for the Spalding County, City of Griffin, City of, the RISA development. I did school board, and I've done park and rec. If there's any questions I can answer for you. I'm here.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, that's all who've signed up.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
You signed up here? All right, would you like to hear Miss Cynthia Sherwood? Sherrod, please forgive me.
Yes, because, did she step, was this, yes, step forward.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Cynthia Sherrod, 805 Fulham Court, McDonough, Georgia. Okay. I have the adjacent property to this development, and I fully support it. And as I was riding around looking, I have multiple parcels here in Georgia, and I also do business here in Georgia. In Griffin, I'm sorry, in Griffin. And as I was riding through, checking on my property, I walked my land lots, my 6.2 acres, and I went around and I seen them trailer parks. And in the past, I've tried to see if I could put trailers on my property, and they said they banned trailers in that area. So I think it would be actually good thing to bring it beautified and bring affordable townhomes for people to live in. Only problem I have, I'm not looking for a rezone for my acres, because I would like to leave it commercial, to build things commercially there to enhance the area to go with that. So I'm agreeing with it. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's all who've signed up.
Motion to come out of, public hearing.
They signed up. Yeah, they signed up.
Okay, yes.
Yes, I'm David Brizendine. My address is 3860 Williamson, Zebulon Road, Williamson, Georgia. And right now the zoning is C1 with grandfather for a mobile home park. And I really would not like to roll more mobile homes in there, but I may have to if things don't go the way we plan it. But anyway, I'm just letting you know that. Thank you so much for your consideration for all the hard work these people have put in there.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else? Okay, motion to come out of public hearing? And a second? And a second, okay. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, we're out of public hearing. David?
So we're gonna take these individually now. We had three combined in the meeting. Item number 20 here is just the Flume application we're considering right now. So basically, the Flume amendment is this: you're extending the urban proximity area to this parcel to allow for the R6 zoning. R6 zoning is not allowed anywhere but the urban proximity area. However, as we just talked about with the urban proximity map, that goes hand in hand with your desire to have this urban proximity area extended to this area, to areas that are near the city limits. So the Flume exactly aligns with the revised map you just looked at for urban proximity. Recommend approval.
Okay. Any comments before we get into it? Any questions of David, I guess, is really it? All right. Do I have them? All right, we're gonna.
I have a question. What kind of water do they have on that property already?
It's public.
It's county water,
I don't know.
or it's a private?
There appears to be a commercial well.
Step up to the
Please
microphone.
come to the mic, please, sir.
We have people in the TV land.
I don't know how the existing houses are, I don't know what they're using. I know there's what appears to be a commercial well out there, but I've not been paying the power bill on it, so I don't know who is.
So if it's approved, it'll be Spalding County Water Authority water and City of Griffin sewer.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, David, walk us through where we are with this in your mind.
Again, just focusing on the Flume amendment to extend it to urban proximity for this property, so you can have the R6 zoning. Like I said, it goes hand in hand with the urban proximity map you just looked at and wanted to approve as far as extending urban proximity.
So, Mr. Chairman, you know, I applaud them for saying that this is for home ownership. I don't know, and maybe you guys can tell me, I don't know of any townhouses that are in this community
Or owned?
that are owned. I know of several developments that started out saying that they had affordable home ownership. But as you guys have seen as well as I have, that, you know, location, and there's no guarantee. Well, let me just get to where I am. If they get this development, or if they get this approval, and then somebody else buys it and they want to develop it or whatever, we don't know if that's gonna be home ownership. So I don't like it when people say that, because we know the demographics here and we know the chances of that happening. So what happened with the development on North Hill Street is then they started selling to individual people from California and Calgary, and so there's all of these out of state and out of country owners. Yeah, someone owns them, but they're leasing them to somebody else. So once you get past that initial ownership, so, you know, I'm not trying to say anything bad about them. I'm totally for home ownership, but when people start saying it's affordable, I don't really know what that is. Is that $300,000? Is that $350,000? Because, you know, the average person that's a nurse or fireman still can't afford that. So I don't know what affordable, when you're saying this will be affordable for, you know, a starting person or a working class person, I don't know what that looks like. So can you elaborate on that?
Could I address R6 for just a minute? When we drafted R6, the goal was to have an owner-occupied townhouse community controlled by an HOA. In the county, as best I can recall, David, tell me if I'm right, we have only one R6 parcel, which is a disaster called Wolf Creek. Now, that was supposed to be owner-occupied, and it was not enforced. And in fact,
There's a 20% max rental.
there is a standard HOA-style restriction in R6 that limits that to 20%. This was discussed in the Planning Commission because I asked them about that, citing the R6 at Wolf Creek. As you know, I share the same concern about owner occupancy requirements somehow morphing in this county to rental occupancies.
Don't act like it's a mystery. Don't act like it's somehow. Act like that's the plan all along.
No.
Obviously, that's what this is.
Well, the intent of R6, James, was not to be that. All right. Now, but that is one reason we have not had another R6 that got approved. Am I correct that there's only one there?
Well, the one we just
The one
talked
that you
about
had-
with the.
Yeah, except the two tonight.
So, and I don't know, the other one, I don't know if that is, you know, going to be townhomes for purchase. I mean, there clearly can be someone who is a younger couple or small family who could start off. Maybe they could start off, but like I said, I don't know how much that's gonna be. But I look at other places. I look at Lamar County, and I know y'all get sick of me talking about it, but it's amazing to me how I can drive down that street in front of Gordon College, and there is a beautiful subdivision that is, every one of the homes there are leased. They're all over 2,500 square feet brick homes, and they're beautiful. The community is beautiful. There's no HOA because they're leasing. So I'm saying all that to say there is nothing wrong with paying rent. There is nothing wrong with paying rent. I pay rent a lot of places. And people who, in the economy that we're living in, they still deserve to have decent, safe, and, economical housing. But I just hate it, if you've done your homework, you know that there's not a market for that. If you came to us and said, what's that one that's up on North Expressway, this apartment complex? We know that's what people are gonna rent their houses. But I drive in there at least once a month, and the property is kept up, the houses are clean, there's no junk cars, so it can be managed well. So, I'm just saying, I'm not saying I'm opposed to housing. Certainly after we lost 1,500 houses during the hurricane or the tornado and all the substandard housing that we've gotten rid of, the housing market it's shrunk. And as a result of that, because there's so few houses, the rents are exorbitant. So I would rather us have a glut of good housing that people could afford to live in, rather than us having 5 houses and everybody trying to pay that same gazillion dollars to live in it. So I'm saying all that to say this: I don't think it's realistic for you to tell us that you think that there is a market for buying townhouses. What we do know is that there is a market for leasing. And what the history has been for us is that when we've approved these, they have ended up in somebody else's hands. And I don't know that we can have any guarantees for that. Those are the concerns that I have. I don't know if, I imagine I was here when you were here, and R6 was created for home ownership, but R6 was like, you can have 1,000 square foot house or some, I mean, not that 1,000 square foot is small, but in general.
R6 was intended to be a townhouse district, but for it to be owner occupied.
So yeah.
But now,
But we're in a
again,
different time. R6 was 15 years ago.
But also, and another discussion that we had during the planning commission is we don't have great experiences here with HOAs.
Exactly.
I've always expressed concern that development in Spalding County is always geared toward the lowest common denominator. Now, here you have an interesting question, because you have a trailer park slum on commercial property. That commercial property could also be, the uses on the commercial property could also be detrimental. You've already heard Tripp say, well, I can bring in some more trailers for you. Now,
I mean, I guess he could sue us for several years before he'd get that, of course, but.
But again, I'm not saying this is an easy call, but I can tell you that R6 was not intended to be Wolf Creek.
And yet here we are.
I'm sorry, what? Not
R6 was not intended to be Wolf Creek.
Okay.
And in fact, one of the ironies is the housing authority bought some of those units without checking the zoning, and we raised the issue when we saw that happening. We raised the issue with Robert Dahl to let him know there was a rental restriction. And the irony is, one other irony is, if anybody's going to build multifamily housing or townhomes here, I trust the housing authority more than any other private, any private developer coming in. But I just want y'all to understand, R6 was not intended to be Wolf Creek.
We have problems with homeowners associations in places that were quote unquote, single family, half acre lots or acre lots. They just go away. And so my concern would be 5 years down the road or 4 years down the road, and it may not be you guys standing here talking to us, who's going to be cutting the grass? Who's going to be maintaining the play area? Who's going to make sure that the table at the grill is fixed? Because when I look at Rita Johnson's development, and I think those are nice houses out there. You can't even drive into the development because there's so many big potholes in there because there's no homeowners association.
Yeah.
So,
Well, they'll make Unit 1 the sales office for all the different apartments that are in there, and then those guys will make sure that it gets cut, especially right in the front, so that they can keep leasing them. Because that's what's going to happen.
But I'm just saying, these are the things that we have concerns about. I honestly feel that if it were rental, we would at least have management who would be saying, we're taking care of the plumbing, we're cutting the grass, we're doing pest control. And we could go to you and say, hey, you got a violation, your grass is 12 inches high. But if it's a homeowners association, and it's not really doing anything, what we gonna do?
The issue is we don't have rules for that. We don't
Right.
have, and so, again, rezoning things to R6 when the request, I'd love to call them rules, but they're not, are effectively unenforceable at this moment because what we're doing is zoning them for apartments. That's what we're doing.
Well,
And,
James,
and
we could
it's,
have.
it's wildly inappropriate to do that because we need to revisit these rules and strengthen the R6 rules so that
we have some
the
control.
issue that you're talking about, that these are turning into, the ABA apartments, it doesn't happen. And right now we don't have those.
We could have enforced R6 when the first violations of ownership limitations were developing.
How?
They're a code violation, James. You're in
How would we
violation
know?
of the
How would
zoning.
we know that they're not owner occupied?
Well,
That-
good, that's a good question,
So-
but by the time it became apparent to me, and I made an inquiry regarding enforcement out there, nobody and this isn't a cast aspersion on David at all, because he wasn't here. The people in the zoning office did not know about the restrictions in R6. Right? And as a result, by the time we get to go look at it, and by the time we get out there, it's already rental. Now, the city had the same problem on South Pine Hill. Because there is a townhome development there that was supposed to be owner occupied. Every unit out there is rented, but it's not just related to townhomes. I think where you're talking about, which is St. Stephen's, or the property north of, not St. Stephen's, St. Philip's, north on North Hill, those are single-family dwellings, all of which I won't say all, about 60% to 70%, after the developer represented they were being owner occupied, about 60 to 70% of those are now owned and are rented and owned by single-purpose LLCs as a general rule. And if you ask the city, the response is, well, they said they were gonna build owner-occupied housing. This is an endemic problem in both the city and parts of the county that results from 80 years of toleration of rental property slums. Now I'm off my soapbox.
The city of Atlanta, when I worked there with their land use and zoning department, they had a bedroom fee that you had to pay every year for every bedroom that, every Airbnb, every hotel room, every apartment, every bedroom had a fee. And it would go to code enforcement. Code enforcement would go and make sure all the stuff was up to code, that the renters weren't getting taken advantage of. And if a place was found to be a rental that wasn't paying this fee, it was a criminal offense. It was a criminal offense. And so if someone bought a house, put it on Airbnb, and wasn't paying their fee, they could be handcuffed. The owners could, I think that Spalding County needs some sort of mechanism like that. We have rentals in Spalding County that have dirt floors inside the city of Griffin, that, roofs that haven't been replaced in 30 years, that they put out 50 buckets when it rains. Those things, that's an intolerable thing that the government's allowing. But there's no mechanism currently to force the landowners, landlords, to do anything about it. And so I think it would solve both of these problems. We would go in and inspect these rentals and make sure that you know, I know of one instance that there was a rental property and the renter was illegally subleasing the barn in the back with no bathroom and charging them more than what they were paying to rent the whole place. And there's no mechanism to go and enforce these kind of rules.
All right, do I have a motion?
I don't think that this is ready. I think we need to table and maybe even put a moratorium on R6s until we can come up with some way to actually enforce the rules that we have.
All right, so you're saying table.
James, the regulations to keep an R6, to have a decent R6 development are there. We have ignored them.
Having a great speed limit is one thing, but it's nothing if you don't have a radar gun.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You've got to have the willingness to enforce it.
It's not just the willingness. There's no mechanism currently to enforce it. They don't have to report if it's owner occupied. I mean, is our code enforcement going to go door to door and see? There's no mechanism.
I'll double check this, but I believe there is a mechanism to review records of the HOA for an R6. I believe, but don't hold me to that.
Is there a requirement in this and our R6 for the HOA to keep up with the names of everyone who's occupying the buildings?
I will double check on that.
Again, until we can have some sort of, they're illusions. Our rules are illusions unless we can enforce them.
I think they came to us with what was on the paper. I mean, the applicants didn't do anything wrong.
No.
This is what was on R6, to say that you're going to have these homes for sale. So that is the problem, is that first of all, we're requiring them with this kind of density and with the situation that we know as it stands on the ground now to make this home, this owner occupied. Because we don't have any controls in that situation. We see very easily, if it's just a one house or 4 houses, you can have some kind of management. When you're talking about 60 units or 100 units, somebody needs to be the boss of everything that's happening there. And the home, so as far as I'm concerned, there's a problem with the requirement for it to be only home ownership, because that stifles people who would normally in their business be able to lease.
We use
to
the
people.
standard rental allowance that are in most condominiums when to have a limitation to 10 to 20%. I believe it's 20% in the day.
Yes, in R6.
All right, let's get to a motion.
I don't even know if there's one. Table until.
Motion
we
to
can-
table.
All right, I have a motion to table. Do I have a second? I have a second. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion is tabled.
So, and I know we're not talking about, but just to let y'all know before you walk away, we just need to figure out how we'll be able to enforce what
This
you're
is
asking.
nothing against, this is us.
We understand. We have a realtor that's involved in this project. She also brings the HOA. I've dealt with this in multiple counties. She takes care of everything for us, establishes the HOA and starts it, and I'm still seeing it active in several other counties. And I'm a builder in several counties, and it works great. That's what we're bringing here to the table. So we
just
can
need to do
also
some more
include
homework.
that. We can
Please know
include
that
that
this
in
isn't
our.
a reflection of y'all personally or
I understand.
your building.
In Marietta for years with an HOA that was very active. that was
There's a
long
huge
standing.
market for these in Marietta.
Yeah.
Yes, but that's what we will bring to the table next time.
Okay,
Just want to let you know.
thank you all. All right,
You'll need to table the zoning and the variance.
Well, you'll have to table the multiple applications that are there.
Yeah, what's the second one?
So,
all right. Second,
2604Z is the zoning, the rezoning. It's number 21.
Motion to table.
a motion and a second.
Who was the
Reggie?
second?
Reggie. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Say again the next one.
All right, the next one is application 2611V, which is the variance.
All right, did I hear you say, motion?
Motion to table.
Table. All right.
second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries. All right.
Mr. Chair, number 23, public hearing, consideration of streetlight district for Teeman Point Phase 1.
I'd like to entertain a motion to open public hearing.
Motion to go into public hearing.
Second.
And I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Do we have anybody who signed up for public hearing for?
Mr. Chair, no one has signed up for that public hearing application.
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. We're out of public hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the streetlight district for Chemung Point Phase 1.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, number 25, consideration of approval of final plat for Sun City Peachtree Pod 27A.
Do I have a motion to go into public hearing?
There's no public hearing required.
Okay.
This is for,
Sun City.
yeah,
Okay.
motion to approve.
I have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, item number 28 is public hearing, proposed text amendment to Part 3, Public Safety, Chapter 2, Fire Prevention and Protection, to clarify requirements for emergency responder radio coverage within buildings. This affords us the opportunity to use the fire code standard that will allow, or require rather, the large constructed warehouses that are currently under construction to provide a repeater on the inside of these buildings so that our first responders, both fire and police, can actually use their radios inside of the buildings.
Is that the only change?
What's a repeater?
It creates an opportunity for the radio to bounce off of the piece of equipment that the
It's like a cell
logistics
tower for
warehouse puts inside of the building at their expense to be able to communicate back to the 911 center or to outside officers.
If a walkie-talkie can't go that far, there's a repeater in the middle which takes the thing and then sends it on further on.
So this is only for new construction.
And we can't go back for previous construction, but from this point
But do we
forward.
think that's a safety issue? I
it
mean,
is-
because even though you may have a building, we can require something that has.
I
a
do think that we
safety-
can increase our fire code and then
Yeah, a
that'll
safety
Which we
retroact.
can with that. This actually affords us the opportunity to get out in front of the buildings that are currently being constructed to make sure that they put the repeaters in so that our
I just don't think
teams
they're
can
mutually
be safe.
exclusive. I think
That's
we should
correct.
do this and.
That is correct.
All right. Public
I-
hearing.
And I don't think anybody's gonna be upset. I don't think any,
Do we
Renee
have a
or
motion
anybody.
to go to
they're not-
public
they're gonna
hearing?
go- Yep.
And a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 5-0. We're in public hearing.
Mr. Chair, no one has signed up for that
Motion to
public
come out of
hearing.
public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. We're out of public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the text amendment related to the, emergency responder radio, extender.
Second, and we're gonna need a second reading of this too, right? Like that's a,
That is correct.
yeah.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Motion carries.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? Did we pass over something? It looks like did we miss the final plat for Sun City Peachtree Pod 27A?
We got that.
We got it, yes,
got
ma'am.
You voted.
Okay,
We just quick, because we didn't need a public hearing.
okay.
Mr. Chair, item number 30, public hearing, proposed text amendment to Part 6, licensing and regulation, new Chapter 11, yard and estate sales to establish frequency restrictions for yard sales and estate sales in residential and other areas of the county.
Do I have a motion to go to public hearing?
Motion to go into public hearing.
Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Did anybody sign up?
Mr. Chair, no one has signed up for that.
Motion to come out of public hearing.
I have a motion.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. We're out of public hearing.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Before you call for the question. We had an ordinance about yard sales because we were having some perpetual yard sales. How is this amendment or this change different from what we had already?
David?
So, Ms. Flowers Taylor, I could not find for the life of me that ordinance in Muni Code that even mentioned yard sales, so I don't know what happened. But I looked before I even did this and saw no mention whatsoever of yard sales in the whole Spalding County Code.
What does this set them to? Like,
This,
what's the limit?
this has a very limited scope. It talks about what Commissioner Flowers Taylor talked about, the perpetual yard sales that occur like every weekend, which is essentially a flea market business. It does not get us into the business of issuing yard sale permits, anything of that kind. You can still have yard sales, but there are certain problem children, shall we say, in the county where it's a weekend, every weekend thing, and it's essentially a business. And
There's
this,
one out by
seeks-
my place.
Yeah.
Every weekend.
Right.
They have a yard sale. And
this
it's just-
seeks to have a code to enforce that, to break that up.
And I thought we did
That's-
too. I thought somewhere along the line, like Ms. Flowers Taylor said, we had we did
We
a whole
look back
thing.
in the minutes.
I looked high and low for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
if we don't have it, we need to do it, okay?
Yeah.
All right,
Motion to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand.
I'm confused, I'm
Oh, we got
confused.
a discussion.
I'm confused. 5 times a year, you can have a yard sale in your yard. Do you get to leave the junk in your yard between them 5 times?
Because it's not part of the yard sale. And that's the whole
Well,
point.
that's the whole point, that's what I'm saying, so we're saying you can only do it 5 times a year, but what about the person who's leaving all this stuff piled up in front of their house? How do we,
They get cited.
It'd be either a
there's
litter,
nothing in here that says that, is
well,
there?
it'd be considered a litter violation as well.
And we are writing those.
All displays of yard sale merchandise
Okay.
should not continue to be displayed more than 24 hours after the sale stops.
Okay,
There are certain ones we're focused on, so this provides a tool for that, so.
All right, all those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Hold on, don't get excited. Don't get excited.
Mr. Chair, that's all that's on the.
So
Okay.
some new information has come to light. We tabled earlier, so that we could go back and have an in writing agreement so that those berms would go to the land that isn't really on the docket tonight, Ms. Gwynn. They've come back, there is a timing issue, so I wanna put forward a motion to reconsider, that motion to table, which will need a second, and then if we do that, it will untable it. And then we can retable it if we need to, but if we can get that agreement tonight from them that says they'll
Right.
put the berm in.
I have a motion to untable.
Someone has not shared this with
What's the
you.
word? Okay, I have a motion to,
Reconsider.
reconsider.
The
All right.
vote on tabling.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand.
So you're only reconsidering a motion to table,
Yes, because we didn't do anything else. We just tabled the.
and there were no speakers from the public other than the applicant
That is
that
correct.
were here.
That is correct.
Okay, if it's limited to reconsideration of the motion to table, I think that is safe. Had you taken an action on the zoning, you could not. But you did.
Okay, all right.
Who was the second?
Hold on, say it again, Newton. If we had taken an action,
If you had actually made a decision on the zoning application and wanted to come back, you could not, because once you've made the zoning decision, James, you've got to go back and comply with ZPL to change it.
That is correct.
and so we would have to
You
re-notice.
took no action.
But because we took no
It
action-
constitutes a zoning decision, so you've just made.
If
a
we
motion.
reconsider the motion to table and lift it, all of that essentially goes back onto tonight's docket.
That's correct.
Okay, just making sure that I'm
Who was the
parliamentarily correct.
second?
I see.
Thank you.
Reggie, okay. All right. We're back to.
Oh, do we,
discuss-
hold on, did we vote? We gotta vote on that. We had
All
a,
right, all those in favor, please signify by raising your hand.
There's a
5-0. All right,
Okay.
we're back to reconsidering the whole issue. This is Steve.
So this is application 2608Z, High Falls 16 LLC owner, 3881 High Falls Road, parcel 218020111C, located in land lot 83 of the 3rd Land District, consisting of approximately 3.86 total acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone from AR1 agricultural residential to C2 manufacturing.
Mr. Lett, did y'all vote on the associated flume item as well, or that was that?
we tabled all of it.
Okay, so that would come first, flume.
All right, so this would be, Item number 15, application 2604 Flume, High Falls 16 LLC, owner 3881 High Falls Road, located in land lot 83 of the Third Land District, parcel numbers 218020111C, consisting of approximately 3.86 total acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone from AR1 agricultural and residential to C2 manufacturing, and the property is located in the rural community character area, thus requiring a future land use map amendment.
All right, what's the new information, James? Stephen?
Because I'm confused. You've been sitting here the whole time. I don't know when it got to be an emergency.
Commissioner,
Stephen,
I was trying to come up with a way to appease this concern, but also address what Mr. Galloway was talking about of only imposing a condition on this parcel and not other properties. Since your consideration of this, what we've come up with is the following, which only applies to this parcel, but gives you the assurances that the berm will be constructed along that entire frontage. And such a condition would read, the owner has committed to building a 6-foot berm with a mixture of magnolias and evergreens planted on top of said berm along the frontage of Spalding County tax parcel numbers 218-02011C, which is the subject parcel of this rezoning, 218-02001, which is a portion of the High Falls Business Park, 218-02010, which is also a portion of said business park, from the east side of the parkway within said business park to the existing wood line on the eastern portion of tax parcel ID number 218-02011 along High Falls Road. Construction of this berm with such planning shall be a condition imposed on the LDP for the development of the subject property. So when they pull an LDP for that 4 acres, it is going to have a condition that says, oh, by the way,
It's gotta
build
be
the
a whole
whole berm from that eastern portion of the parkway to the western portion of the existing wood line.
Can you please email that to us tomorrow for the record?
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's make sure we're all, this is, Newton, this is legal for us to do this, as
You
far
can
as you're
tie it
concerned.
to the LDP. You can tie it to an LDP that has to be issued because you're not imposing something beyond that tract.
Okay,
I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't say that correctly. Because it is tied to the LDP, you are not limited to that one particular tract, and you have the consent of the developer.
okay. So, Ms. Gwynn, I think this
I'm
takes,
very okay with that.
okay, all right. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve with staff conditions, I don't.
The future
I
land
don't
use
know.
map.
Yeah.
Motion
Correct.
to approve the change in the future land use map from,
Would you
Rural
list those
neighborhood
parcels
to-
again
yeah.
for me?
because we
Oh,
have to
sorry,
approve.
please read me. It is, motion to approve the future land use map from AR1 and residential to C2 manufacturing.
Okay. Okay, oh, yeah, my motion.
With the
Okay,
conditions and the proposed condition.
As presented by
As
staff.
presented.
that would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, we're good, okay. I have, you all worked that, all right. I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
No, I was gonna, hold on, those aren't the flume designations. What are the flume designations, David?
It's rural community.
It's rural community character area.
I see that written on there.
I guess it'd go to employment corridor?
Go to employment.
Yeah, employment corridor.
It would go to the employment corridor, that is correct.
All right. Yeah, those are the right names.
So
That's the
my
motion.
motion is to approve the change to the future land use map for
There it
this
is, there it is, there it is.
parcel.
Scroll down. Just a little.
And it will be changing from rural community character area to employment corridor
To employment.
under the
area.
future land use map.
With conditions.
With condition as
Including the
stated
condition,
by the representative of the applicant.
All right, I have a motion, and I have a second by James.
You have Gwen and Ryan. Gwen made the motion,
Oh,
Ryan
yeah,
actually
yeah,
made the second.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, any more discussion?
And Ryan, you're okay with the amended?
I'm okay with the amendments, yes.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, that motion passes. Next.
Mr. Chair, item number 16, application 2608Z, High Falls 16 LLC, owner 3881 High Falls Road, parcel 218020111C, located in land lot 83 of the Third Land District, consisting of approximately 3.86 total acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone from AR1 agricultural residential to C2 manufacturing.
Motion to approve request for application 26-08Z for rezoning from AR1 to C2 manufacturing.
Can
Can we put the same conditions on the
Yep.
rezoning?
The same
that-
conditions as listed by the attorney for the applicant.
can we add one though? One more.
Okay, what's that? What was
So this only makes sense if this parcel is like incorporated into the grander parcel. So this parcel goes away and becomes part of the main parcel.
That's covered in the conditions, but I would.
Okay, that is already in there. Okay.
Let me state for the record, because Mr. Jones, about an hour ago, had revised wording some of my conditions. I was gonna state for the record, I was fine with his revised wording.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
He had a
yeah.
line out and an underlined. Yeah, okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second. I'm looking to make sure. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, and then there was one, right?
And then there was an adjournment.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right.
That was just the two that they
That
needed.
was the only two, that is
That's it,
correct.
that's it
Okay,
on-
I want to
Okay.
thank you,
How about 16?
Mr. Jones, for being able to pull this back together quick enough so that we don't drag this out for another month and everything else. So appreciate your client and your ability to get this done so quickly for us.
We appreciate you reconsidering it and imposing that condition. I'm glad we were able to get something that worked for everybody.
All right?
I've got a couple things for them that I kind of want to say to the
Okay.
board, so on the record here. It was brought to my attention today that we have a requirement for wireless fire alarms inside homes.
I'd have to check with the building official on that, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, can we double check on that? Interconnected.
Yeah, they have to all sound off at the same time.
You
If
see
it's
this?
not like that, the building official will not.
Correct.
So we can't just buy a smoke alarm detector at Walmart and put it up. They have to be Wi-Fi connected to each other.
They have to be interconnected.
Do you guys know this? Anybody know this?
One goes off, all of them have to go on.
And how you gonna enforce it?
They also have to have carbon monoxide detectors in addition to smoke alarms now. It's not just the same in my 25-year-old house where it's just a battery and a smoke alarm anymore.
Keep in mind, this would be in one of the building codes, correct?
That is
Okay.
correct. It is in the building code. It's not our ordinance.
Right.
That is a state building code, and it is, the changes that occur in the state building code are for new construction moving forward. So if you've got an older home that has separate,
Or if you're getting wiring redone and all of a sudden now I've got to.
that is correct.
Put in a bunch of Wi-Fi enabled smoke detectors in my house. I didn't know that was a thing. I just wanted to, I thought that was bizarre.
Okay?
No, I've asked about Crestwick, the subdivision there. We need to figure out who owns the sidewalks. If they were ever deeded over to us, if we're the ones responsible
We're
for.
working that in the background. TJ's got that.
In relation to that, the requirements at that time, and they may still stay the same, require them to put a tree, and the requirements then, and they might still be the same, is the tree gets planted between the sidewalk and the road. Well, that's setting you up for a sidewalk issue, like not just in the front yard, but like, there's this much space between the sidewalk and the road. You're going to plant a deciduous tree there. 10 years later, that's going to be messing up the road and the sidewalk.
We have
We
that
need to
all
look into
over-
that.
We have that all over the county, specifically
Yep.
at Sun City Peachtree.
Right.
But Gwen fixed that a few years ago and said the trees that are being planted now at Sun City have to be urban trees, very specifically
is
laid
correct.
out, and they will not be into our sidewalks or our curbing. Now, the bad part about it is the trees originally
Already
were
there.
going to be able to create a canopy,
Yeah.
but what the county was having to do was on a monthly basis just about go out there and fix sidewalks. We have then before my time, we came and said, those trees will only be urban trees, and we have not had any more problems with sidewalk repairs.
But maybe we go back and look at
But
that
you have
for
to, like many
the rest
other
of this.
things,
Okay.
your landscape requirements need a complete overhaul. You need a better tree list because urban or not, there are trees that are surface root trees, no offense, like magnolias.
We all
And then
agree, you know more about this
Then
than,
there are other ones with deep roots which will not affect the sidewalk at all, so.
And magnolias in front of a house is a bad idea. It's going to kill all your grass. But like on the side of a highway, that's a great platform.
Sure.
The other is, and I want to thank the citizens who found this. That this, I don't think this was the intention. Right now, there is a way to backdoor data centers into PDD, and we need to close that up because that's clearly not what's supposed to be there. It's supposed to be C1B, like specifically for, and can we double check this to make sure that there's not?
And they're by special exception anyway, so they all come to you. So you
I'm just
know.
saying.
You've had
it needs to
C1C
say
and
not allowed.
PDD as the only zonings you can allow data centers with a special exception from the get-go, from the original ordinance and the revision.
That is correct.
That's what
Special
was
exception,
approved.
they come to you, so you get to decide whether they go into a PDD or a C2.
Well, what I'm saying is we need to proactively close the door so that they can go into C2 and C2 only. Like, or what is it?
C1C.
C1C, that's what it is.
Yes.
I knew it was a C1 something.
yes.
Does that make sense?
If I recall, James, C1C is one of the zoning districts in which you can have a planned development under PDD.
That is correct.
So it's essentially the same thing. The regulation on it and
But
the
we've-
approval is the same.
The thing is we currently limit C1C to the employment and industrial corridor and not PDD. So if District 4, someone wanted to rezone to a PDD for a data center, there is a way to sort of spider web and get there. Whereas if we preemptively set, now the board would have to approve it, which this board would not do, but we're trying to say C1C is the only place for data centers, and the only place for C1C is our employment and industrial corridor that's been there for 50 years. Like, so we can close that
David,
loophole.
take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean,
It
that
is an
that
issue.
could be tightened up.
Yes.
Yeah, and then that and the discussion we had tonight about the R6. That's
All right, now, everybody, June 4, all day. This is the time we're gonna go through zoning. Steve has sent us pages and pages and pages of stuff to go. We'll sit down and go through them time after time.
One more page that needs to be sent out.
If you haven't talked to David about it, I would suggest you spend a little bit of time. He can save you some work here. Okay? Anything else? Do I have motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All right, all those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. We're adjourned. Thank you all for staying and listening.